They are the best of the best. They represent the best of humanity and our most fervent hopes for the future. No pressure.
Folks used to tell kids when I was growing up, reach for the moon. But that's not the objective anymore. Now we've got to revise it to reach for Mars.
And what I'm so excited going forward with Artemis is that when the next astronaut lands on the moon, maybe one of these men and women, and by the way, as the father of 2 daughters, I could not be more excited that we will land a woman on the moon and bring her home safely.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go from mission control, the crew reignite the exploration upper stage engines to leave Earth entirely. The exact timing of this maneuver is critical to reach a speed that can escape Earth's gravitational pull, but also put Orion on a course that will intersect the moon days later. Once this burn is complete, the upper stage of the SLS is jettisoned and the crew aboard Orion coast for several days toward all that awaits them at the moon. Approaching the moon, we see the fundamental differences between Artemis and Apollo. Instead of requiring Orion to serve as an expendable lunar command module or to carry a constrained lunar lander, the Artemis missions will take advantage of a different approach: pre-staging. Everything needed for lunar missions will be positioned in advance by commercial and international partners. This includes rovers, science experiments, and human-rated systems on the surface. But it also includes a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the moon called Gateway. Here at this station, we can pre-stage a robust lunar lander and establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all that lies beyond. Returning to our crew as they approach Gateway, the Orion must match the elliptical orbit of the station in order to successfully dock. Once on board, pre-selected crew members transfer to the lunar lander, while those assigned to Gateway remain on station. The lunar lander system itself is built for 3 unique steps: descending from the halo orbit of Gateway down to a low lunar orbit, descending from low lunar orbit to the surface, and once the lunar mission is complete, launching from the surface of the moon and ascending all the way back to the orbiting Gateway. Once back aboard the Orion spacecraft and undocked from Gateway, the crew fire their engine once to break out of the halo orbit and once again to sling the spacecraft around the moon, placing it on a multi-day trajectory back towards Earth. As they near the end of this journey, the service module is released, and the crew module is oriented heat shield first. Entering Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, the friction of air slows Orion considerably, while also subjecting it to temperatures of 5,000 degrees. With the Orion now at just 300 miles per hour, a series of parachutes uniquely tested and produced for this moment deploy, decelerating the craft to just 20 miles per hour for splashdown. With each successful mission, Artemis ushers in the next wave of men and women to explore our moon and prove that together we are ready to go beyond.
Space travel is hard and unforgiving. It's always been and always will be.
It's going to be hard. There's a new chance of death. Going in a little can through deep space, it's a very harsh environment.
We think you can come back, but nothing is certain.
There are all sorts of challenges we will face on deep space missions. Communication delays, radiation protection, isolation of the crew.
So it is not surprising that some would have us stay where we are.
There's never going to be zero risk. When you're breaking the bonds of gravity, that's just part of the deal.
And it is one of the great adventures of all time.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro, go. Fido, go. Guide, go.
That challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Surgeon, go.
Man in his quest for knowledge cannot be deterred.
Space is not just a destination. It changes you forever.
It'll be tough, really tough, but we have the right people for the job.
We have pressed the qualities for success into system after system.
This country of the United States was not built by those who waited and rested.
Pushed our people past every failure we can dream up.
We have never been more ready to meet the unknown.
Through Artemis, we will once again explore beyond our world.
And we will succeed.
So I was here today speaking to the Excel Academy, and it's an all-girls school here in Washington, D.C., and it was really great to come talk to them about my mission on board the ISS and the space program, and more importantly, how girls can get involved in STEM. When I was little, probably about their age, I remember shuttles launching over and over, and I became fascinated with watching these shuttles launch. And my parents saw this, and they came up to me and said, "Hey, are you interested in working for NASA someday?" I said, "Yeah, I think I want to be an astronaut." So the advice that I give young girls is is pay attention to those who are living and working around you. If you see a field, especially in science, chemistry, physics, engineering, medicine, there's so many fields in STEM that you think you might be interested in, go up and talk to that person. Go and bother them, ask them about what they do. Don't be shy. I think it's hard for young girls because we're very shy and we don't want to go up and talk to people because we feel like we're bothering them. But I tell girls this age to go ahead and bother. Man, I love this job. Number one, certainly after flying on Expedition 56 and 57, all the tremendous science we did on orbit, certainly a lot of science that actually helps humanity, everything from research on cancer to Parkinson's disease, on Alzheimer's. But man, I get to float everywhere in my line of work, at least when I'm on board the space station, and there's nothing cooler than that.
Hello, I'm NASA Associate Administrator for Science, Thomas Zurbuchen. NASA is going to the moon with the Artemis program, and American companies of all sizes want to help our nation make its next giant leap. It is my pleasure to announce the companies who are joining the pool of NASA industry partners who will help our nation enable the first woman and next man to reach the lunar surface by 2024 and conduct significant science investigations. Through NASA's commercial lunar payload services, we're sending science and technology demonstrations to the lunar surface beginning in 2021. These payloads will help us study the moon and prove technologies that will need to eventually travel to Mars. Today, 5 new companies joined this great initiative. I want to congratulate the new CLIPS participants: Blue Origin, Ceres Robotics, Sierra Nevada Corporation, SpaceX, and Tyvek Nano Satellite Systems. We look forward to working with all of you. Together we are going.
It's great to be going back to the moon. An opportunity like this is the reason why many of us got into the space industry.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us this Wednesday morning, January 15th, for live coverage of the first spacewalk of 2020. This is a live feed from the space station's Quest airlock, where astronauts are continuing procedures to prepare themselves and the airlock for today's extravehicular activity. This is the 225th spacewalk in the history of station assembly and maintenance. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to last approximately 6.5 hours and is scheduled to begin at 5:50 a.m. Central Time, 6:50 a.m. Eastern, with the crew moving smoothly through preparations to make it out of the hatch on time. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire. Today, the crew will visit the nickel, hydrogen, and lithium-ion batteries at the P6 truss that have been worked on throughout the previous 2 spacewalks last year, and they'll continue to work on those in an upcoming spacewalk on Monday, January 20th. But today's spacewalkers are NASA's Jessica Meir, who is EV1. She'll be wearing red stripes around the legs on her suit, and Christina Koch, who's EV2 or Spacewalker 2, and will be wearing a plain white suit. This is Jessica Meir's second spacewalk and Koch's 4th trip outside the hatch. They both completed the October 18th, 2019 spacewalk, marking the first time both women have been outside of the hatch. The current crew on board, some of which you can see here, consist of 3 Americans, 1 Italian, and 2 Russians. You can see Andrew Morgan off to the right side of your screen, Alexander Skvortsov, who is one of our Russian counterparts, Commander Luca Parmitano, who is in the front of your screen helping astronauts suit up today, Oleg Skripochka, another Russian cosmonaut, and of course Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, today's spacewalkers. As we mentioned, last October, astronauts conducted 2 spacewalks to replace nickel-hydrogen batteries on the station with lithium-ion batteries on the Port 6 truss. And that's the same work site that we'll see the astronauts at today. They put these remaining spacewalks on hold as the alpha magnetic spectrometer spacewalks took place and as teams on the ground investigated some issues with the battery charge discharge units on the space station. We'll talk more about those BCDUs, the battery charge discharge units, a little bit later. Astronauts inside the station are supporting the spacewalk as well and also have a live video feed of the astronauts working outside once they make it there. Andrew Morgan, as you can see in the right side of your screen, will eventually take his place at the controls of the Canadarm2. We won't see any astronauts taking a ride on the Canadarm2 today, but he will be commanding the location of the external pallet, or the EP, where astronauts will be removing and replacing some batteries later on. The space station is currently in an orbital nighttime, flying over the South Pacific Ocean about 261 statute miles over the Earth. The space station moves at almost 17,500 miles per hour, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, which we will also see on this spacewalk. As we've mentioned, this is a spacewalk to change out the batteries on the space station. Today we'll see 3 old nickel-hydrogen batteries removed and replaced with 2 new lithium-ion batteries. We'll be discussing numbered batteries. Those are the old nickel-hydrogen batteries, as well as some lettered batteries, and those are new. Every time we see a battery moved, that requires 2 bolts to be loosened, scoops to be installed, and these scoops help the astronauts better handle the battery. 2 bolts to be fully removed, and then they'll pass the battery off to the other crew member, who will soft dock it and then drive 1 bolt to secure it into the external pallet. That external pallet is part of JAXA, or our Japanese counterparts, HTV vehicle arrival, and those batteries will eventually be disposed. If they're moving a battery to the integrated electronics system, which is the battery pack pretty much of the International Space Station, the astronauts will install those scoops to get a better hold. They'll release 1 bolt and then pass the battery off to their teammate, who will soft dock it and drive 2 bolts to secure it to the IEA, or as we mentioned, the Integrated Electronics Assembly. It all sounds pretty smooth and pretty fast, but things are a little bit more difficult when you're floating in space and wearing spacesuit. They'll also take time to check the batteries to make sure that there's no micrometeoroid orbital debris and to make sure that all of the connections look good before they mate them with the space station. To get a little more detail of what we expect to see today, we're going to take a look at an animation showing what our spacewalkers will be working on.
EV1 with red stripes egresses the airlock, followed by EV2. While EV2 puts her tool bag on a portable foot restraint, EV1 translates to the forward face of the ISS. EV1 secures both crew safety tethers and proceeds to the 4 Bravo worksite at the Port 6 location. EV2 then follows the same path to the worksite. EV2 installs the portable foot restraint and moves her tool bag to the other side of the integrated equipment assembly. She breaks torque on the old nickel hydrogen battery in slot 1 and configures the worksite. Meanwhile, EV1 secures her tool bag to the exposed pallet before joining EV2 at the first battery. EV2 ingresses the portable foot restraint and releases 2 bolts using the pistol grip tool. EV2 removes the battery and the crew work together to shepherd it to the exposed pallet. Next, EV1 ingresses the portable foot restraint and they install the battery, driving 1 bolt. EV1 removes 2 handling aids called scoops. The robotic arm moves the exposed pallet so EV1 can access a new lithium-ion battery. EV1 installs scoops, releases 1 bolt, and removes the new battery. The crew work together to bring the new battery back to slot 1. They inspect the battery and drive 2 bolts to install it. Next, EV2 moves the scoops to the old battery in slot 2. They break torque and release 2 bolts. EV2 removes the battery and the crew work together to shepherd it back to the exposed pallet. EV1 ingresses the portable foot restraint, temporarily stowing the old battery on her body restraint tether, then removes an adapter plate from the exposed pallet. EV1 hands the adapter plate to EV2, who takes it back to slot 2, while EV1 installs the old battery onto the exposed pallet. Meanwhile, EV1 installs the old battery onto the exposed pallet. EV1 then joins EV2 at the integrated equipment assembly, where EV2 inspects and installs the adapter plate. EV2 drives 2 bolts and then mates an electrical cable to complete that power channel pairing. The crew move to battery 3 and release 2 bolts. They remove the old battery and install that onto the adapter plate in slot 2. EV1 and EV2 will remove a new lithium-ion battery from the exposed pallet and install it into slot 3. That completes the planned task for this EVA. If there is more time available, they will remove the old battery from slot 4 and install it on the exposed pallet, which is not shown in this video. The crew will prep the worksite in preparation for the next EVA, then clean up tools. EV1 retrieves her tool bag from the exposed pallet. Then both crew return to the airlock. Both crew then ingress the airlock, completing the EVA.
And that was a detailed look of everything you can expect to see Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, our spacewalkers, accomplished today during the scheduled 6.5-hour spacewalk. We are live from Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where the Orbit 2 team has taken over, and the Orbit 1 team has recently left. They were walking the crew through the suit up and pre-breathing and other spacewalk preparations this morning. Flight director today is Judd Freeling. He is leading all of the flight controllers on the ground through today's spacewalk, gathering information from each console. The ground IV is Stephanie Wilson. She's talking directly to the two spacewalkers as they move throughout their task today, walking them step by step through the spacewalk, and she will begin to take over once our spacewalkers are outside of the hatch. Mark Vandehei, who you can see in the blue shirt in your screen, he's on hand to speak with the station astronauts and has been walking with them through their procedures this morning. He will pass the communications to the ground IV, or Stephanie Wilson, as you can see to his right, once the Quest hatch is closed and depressurization is underway. He will also serve as today's Capcom for the other astronauts working aboard the space station. The lead spacewalk officer, or the lead EVA officer for today, is Sandy Fletcher. She oversees the team, monitors suit information with them, and walks through the procedures, feeding information to the teams on the ground. Those are just a few of the team members that are helping the astronauts accomplish their tasks today. As you can see, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir have been moved into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. The Quest airlock is divided into two portions. They are now in the crew lock, and the other portion, which you can see Andrew Morgan in, is the equipment lock. That's where they were suited up this morning. Earlier today, they donned their spacesuits. They're formerly known as extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs. Those spacesuits are essentially individual human-sized spacecraft, and they each contain their own portable life support system. A few times today, as we see just now, we will have some satellite handovers where we lose temporary communication with the International Space Station, but these are tracked and we can still walk the astronauts through their procedures as they prepare to move outside of the hatch. A little bit more about the spacesuits that astronauts are wearing today. Engineers on the ground take about 80 measurements to ensure each of the spacewalkers has a best-fitting spacesuit. These are some of the most difficult tasks astronauts accomplish when going on a spacewalk, and so it's important that they have the proper fit to make sure that they can accomplish them perfectly. There are about 16 major elements that compose a spacesuit. Some of those include the option of 3 different sizes of torsos, small, medium, and large. There are actually 8 sizes of elbow joint pieces, 2 adjustable waist sizes, and even 5 sizes of knee joints. Most impressive, however, is there are 65 sizes of gloves, or the astronauts might have custom-fitted gloves since all of the work is done with their hands. The white part of the spacesuit that you see on the outside is not the only piece of the spacesuit. They're also wearing a cooling garment underneath. Since the space station orbits the Earth, about every 90 minutes, the astronauts are constantly going in and out of sunlight. When the space station's in sunlight, it can be 250 degrees outside, but in darkness, it's negative 250 degrees. So this cooling garment helps them regulate their temperature throughout the spacewalk. Astronauts also add padding to their spacesuit as needed to various parts for comfort and better fit. On the back of the spacesuit, which you can see right there with the American flag, is called the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. That's a compressed nitrogen-powered backpack, essentially, that allows a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station. It's primarily intended for use if a spacewalker becomes detached from the station and needs to maneuver back. However, astronauts are always wearing tethers when outside of the hatch, and so we don't often see the SAFER used. This morning, while the crew were inside the equipment portion of the Quest airlock, they also conducted the in-suit light exercise protocol, also known as ISLE. This helps them acclimate their bodies to the lower pressure inside the suit and helps the astronauts avoid the bends. It's something that deep sea divers also have to worry about. Helps them purge the nitrogen in their blood very slowly. So they will exercise, mostly just moving their arms and legs for just under a minute, and then they take a break. We mentioned that the pressure inside the suit is a little bit lower. And at nominal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. To put that into context, the atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth's surface is about 14.7 pounds per square inch. That's also the pressure of the inside of the International Space Station with a mixed oxygen and nitrogen environment, just like we're used to on Earth. So the 4.3 pounds per square inch that the astronauts are experiencing inside their suit is similar to what we'd experience at about 30,000 feet elevation. Low pressure inside the spacesuit allows for more flexibility for these astronauts, which is crucial when flexing the rigid gloves during a 6.5-hour spacewalk. The space station is currently flying 258 statute miles over Houston, Texas, where teams here on the ground at NASA's Johnson Space Center are conducting some of the final communication and suit systems checks with the astronauts who are in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Houston, airlock on 1, step 63.6, serial numbers 04 and 018.
Good numbers, thanks, Drew.
You can see Commander Luca Parmitano beginning to close the hatch of the Quest airlock, separating the crew lock portion from the equipment lock. Once that hatch is closed, depressurization will begin, and the astronauts will switch their suits onto internal battery power. That officially marks the beginning of our spacewalk.
Crew count 2 or 1.
Go ahead, Luca.
70 and 71 are complete.
Thanks much. We will put step 72 in work.
As teams on the ground and in space continue working through the procedures this morning, they are slightly ahead of the timeline. Everything looking good.
Airlock Houston on 1. We are complete with 72.4. You are hot mic'd on Space to Ground 1.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
IV copies. Okay, we are stepping on number 74 with Houston's permission.
Yep, Luca, we want to make sure you do step 73, but you're certainly go to continue with step 74 after that.
Copy 73 is complete. Christina, check that switch depress pump power is off OFF.
Depress pump power is off OFF.
Check that the enable LED is on.
Enable LED is on.
This is the airlock looking for your go on step 76.
We are go for depress. Press with step 76.
and Christina on the UIA. Switch depress pump power on, and then wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Copy. Depress pump power is on.
As you've heard, the astronauts have received a go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
10 seconds.
The depress pump manual ISO valve go to open. EV expect alert tone.
Copy.
As our
Manual isolation valve is open.
Monitor the suit pressure gauge less than 5.5.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
As a reminder, the space station pressure is currently at 14.7 pounds per square inch, and they will slowly lower that number in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock until it reaches 5 pounds per square inch. They will then pause for a systems check and then resume depressurization to a vacuum before the astronauts open the hatch outside.
The crew lock is at 6.0. Expect an alert tone.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies. MIC 13 psi airlock pressure. Airlock pressure 12 psi. I see 11 psi. PSI.
As depressurization continues, we mentioned earlier that we're resuming the spacewalk after experiencing some issues with the battery charge discharge units on the space station last year. That's an important component to the integrated electronics assembly on the space station. The battery charge discharge unit routes power from the station's solar arrays to the batteries so that when the station is in an orbital nighttime, the batteries can disperse that power throughout the station. A failure of the BCDU last year resulted in the first all-female spacewalk on October 18, 2019, as the duo we see today removed and replaced that faulty unit. There was an investigation team formed who performed some work on a ground-based unit and determined they will thermally manage the area so the BCDU is warmer when power is introduced to the power channel. The faulty unit was returned last week on SpaceX 19 and will undergo further testing.
Eight PSI.
Copy. Passing 400. And Christina, I'm going to give you a 5 countdown to close the manual ISO valve.
Copy. And I see 7 PSI.
Copy.
You can hear NASA astronaut Christina Koch reporting the current pressure levels inside the crew lock. Ground teams expect about 3 more minutes until they reach that 5 pounds per square inch depressurization level, and that's when they will pause to check all of the systems and then continue with depressurization.
Point oh for the pressure.
Copy.
81 copies.
Christina, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go ahead and close the end path.
Okay, depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Copy, manual isolation valve closed. On your DCM, switch display status until leak check question mark displayed, and then long yes.
Work. EV1 has leak check. EV2 has leak check.
You can hear the astronauts as depressurization process continues, leak checking their suits, and they will also conduct some tethered checks.
Check complete EV1. Production EVA. Check complete EV2.
And for EV1, EV2, check O2 actuator is on EVA.
Work, and work. EV1 has EVA set. EV2 has EVA set.
Copy, Christina. Depress pump manual ISO valve. Go ahead and open.
Copy. It is open.
And for your SA, the emergency jump tab is also open. We're going to monitor that the SUP gauge stays below 5.5.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
And depressurization has continued. The astronauts waiting to reach 0 pounds per square inch before opening the hatch.
When the crew lock is at 2 psi, and I will call you at 100 millimeter of mercury, we will put the manual ISO valve to closed.
Copy. Airlock pressure 4.0.
Copy.
As we mentioned, this is the 4th spacewalk for Christina Koch and the 2nd for Jessica Meir. They have been preparing for this spacewalk by reading the procedures and studying those. However, they have also been preparing for spacewalks for years, actually since they were selected to be astronauts, by training in the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here in Houston. That allows the astronauts to suit up and work on a full-scale model of the International Space Station underwater, where they can be neutrally buoyant and experience the same kind of feeling that they can expect in weightlessness. Preparation for spacewalks also includes preparing their spacesuits. They refit the suits once they arrive in space to account for any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that has occurred since their arrival to microgravity. Spacesuits weigh about 315 pounds on Earth, but of course that number is reduced to nearly nothing once you're on the space station.
Airlock pressure 2.9.
Copy.
Luca, I'm showing 2.0 in here.
Copy, and I concur. You can go ahead and close the manual ISO valve.
Copy, it is closed.
Copy. You can switch the depress pump power to off OFF.
Depress pump power off.
Once again, Christina, report the initial tether configuration for egress.
Okay, copy. I will start with our connection to the airlock. I see that we have a waist tether small hook on the airlock D-ring extender. Gate is closed and slider is locked. The large hook is also gate closed, slider is locked. I see Christina's left waist tether attached to that waist tether, large hook to large hook. Gate is closed and slider is locked. And I can see the anchor, her small hook is on her left D-ring extender, gate closed and slider is locked. Also on her left D-ring extender is her red hook. Gate is closed, slider is locked. I can see that one of her reels is unlocked, and Christina, can you rotate the other one? Both of her reels are unlocked. You can see her green hook is on her red reel. Gate is closed, slider is unlocked. The yellow hook is on her green reel. Gate is closed and slider is locked. And her anchor hook goes to my red reel. That is gate closed and slider locked. Also on my red reel, I have my green hook. Gate is closed, slider is not locked. I can see my red hook is on my right D-ring extender. Gate's closed and slider is locked. Also on my right D-ring extender is my waist tether. Gate closed, slider locked. The other end of the waist tether large hook is on my mini workstation. I can see my yellow hook is on my green reel. Gate is closed and slider is locked. And my anchor hook is on my mini workstation. And both of my reels are unlocked.
IV copies. Looks good.
And Luca, I have one more to report on my end. I have a right waist tether on my right D-ring extender. Small hook is gate closed, slider locked. Large hook of that waist tether is on my mini workstation.
EV1, EV2, that is a good configuration from this side.
And Houston,
on your DCM, when the crew lock delta P, delta T is about 0, inspect another tone.
D1 copy. D2 copy.
Jessica, when the EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5 psi, you will be go to open hatch.
Okay, copy. And I'm showing greater than 1, about 2 right now.
Copy.
And Lucas, sorry about stepping on you. We copied a very good report on the safety tether config and concur it's good.
IV copies.
Things progressing smoothly as the astronauts have reported all of their tether configuration. And Commander Luca Parmitano in the equipment lock portion of the crew airlock, demonstrating microgravity on the International Space Station. This is where the astronauts suited up earlier and performed their pre-breathe procedures, preparing them to move to the crew lock portion where they are currently. Depressurization continues in that portion, and they will be soon switching their suits to internal battery power, beginning the start of today's spacewalk.
This is now reading 1. Copy.
And I concur, it's consistent with the crew lock pressure on the PCS.
Reading 0.8. Copy.
Copy.
As depressurization continues, it's an early morning for most of us in America, being 5:28 a.m. Central Time here in Houston, but it's actually almost about lunchtime on the International Space Station, about 11:30. They operate in Greenwich Mean Time, or GMT.
0.6. Copy.
And again, it's consistent with the reading.
Astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir will soon be switching their suits to internal battery power. That will begin today's spacewalk, and then they will exit the hatch. They will be replacing 3 old nickel-hydrogen batteries today, removing those, and putting in 2 new lithium-ion batteries.
Zero 0.5.
Copy and concur.
Crew lock portion of the Quest airlock now at 0.5 pounds per square inch.
I read on the PCS less than 0.5, you are go to open the hatch.
51 copies. All right, Christina, I'm going to move down a little bit toward you. Copy. You're clear to do that.
Koch and Meir have received the go to open the hatch.
Latch is unlocked, and I'm unlatching. Okay, I am down to unlatched.
And that's the thermal cover you can see open outside of the Quest airlock. Once they egress, the astronauts will close the thermal cover. However, the hatch will stay open, just in case they need to quickly re-enter the space station in the event of an emergency.
Okay, hatch is open. It's out. And it's in the hatch key.
Copy, Jessica. Good job. The hatch is open and stowed. Yeah.
And another quick handover of the Tracking Data Relay Satellite Systems, or TDRS, as we prepare for the astronauts to switch over to internal battery power and start today's spacewalk.
Airlock Houston on 1, we're back with you after a handover.
EV1 copy, Stephanie. Hello. So excited to be talking to you again.
Yes, good morning, Jessica and Christina, and thank you, Luca. Jessica and Christina, on your DCMs, take your power switches to bat, stagger switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
EV1 copies in work. EV2 copies. 1 is in bat. 2 is in bat.
Copy. Check display switch functional.
EV1 display switch functional. EV2 display switch functional.
Christina, on the UIA, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to off, OFS.
Copy. Power EV1 and 2 is off, OFS. EV1 has expected water is off message, as does EV2.
Copy the switch position and copy the message. Christina, check power EV1, EV2 LEDs, 4 are off.
They are off.
Copy. You can disconnect your SCUs from your DCMs and stow the SCUs in the pouch.
And at 5:35 a.m. Central Time, 6:35 a.m. Eastern, the astronauts have switched their suits to internal battery power. And that marks the beginning of today's spacewalk.
And Stephanie, I have an expected 2T high message. 2T is normal.
Copy.
That's for EV1.
Copy, Jessica.
Then for EV1, SCU is disconnected. It is in the pouch, and my DCM cover is also in place. And same for EV2.
Copy EV1, EV2. Christina, on the crew lock, check depress pump man ISO closed.
It is closed.
Copy. On your DCMs, take your temperature control valves to max hot.
In work. EV1 max hot. EV2 max hot.
Copy. Take your water switches to on.
EV1 water is on. EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
EV1, DCM is blank and bite is off. EV2, DCM blank, right is off.
Take your temperature control valves as desired.
Copy. EV1 is set at 7. And EV2 is set at 5.
Copy. EV1 is 7 and EV2 is 5. Check your suit P gauges 4.2 to 4.4.
EV1, 4.2. EV2, 4.3.
Copy. 4.2 and 4.3. Take your visors as required for day.
Copy. Copy.
We have good suit parameter data on the ground, and we will take care of the airlock VRIV step.
Copy.
And with that, Jessica, you can egress. And Christina, you can prepare to transfer the ORU bag.
Copy. Okay, copy. EV1 is initiating egress.
The crew has completed all of their checks on their suits. They've prepared their helmet visors to egress into the daytime. You can see astronaut Jessica Meir, EV1, or Spacewalker 1, egressing the hatch now, flying about 267 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Okay, Christina, I have egress, and I'm going to move over to the forward side. Copy.
You'll be able to differentiate between Meir and Koch today based on their spacesuits.
I'm going to get my BRT ready.
You can see Meir has red stripes around the legs of her spacesuit, whereas Koch will only have a white spacesuit.
Okay, so you can push it down a little bit. And I have the string, so you're good to release the ret when it... Okay, can you push it down a little bit more? Sure. It's catching on your waist tether there. Okay. Okay, I've got my DRT on. I'll pass you this one back. Copy. Oh, got it.
You'll hear a lot of acronyms today, one being RET, which you just heard. That's Retractable Equipment Tether. Astronauts make sure that all of their tools are connected to them at all times so that none are lost. Another is BRT, Body Retractable Tether, ensuring they are always connected to the space station.
Okay, Christina, I've got the ORU bag on my BRT. Copy. I'm getting the crew lock bag on my BRT ret. Right. And Stephanie, I have the crew lock bag on my BRT ret.
Copy that, Christina. When Jessica's ready for you, she can give you a go for egress.
I'm ready, Christina. You have a go. Okay. I can see the tethers are nicely in front of you, so if you just come down straight and go to the aft side, we should be in good position. Copy that. Beautiful view out here, Stephanie.
Copy that.
And I have egress.
Copy.
Hey, Christina, would you like to start buddy check? That works for them. That works for me.
We are ready for buddy checks.
If you can face me, I see your green light for your WVS. I see 1, 2, I see 3 tabs up, and I see your left safer handles down. And can you turn a little bit toward your left? Perfect, and your right safer handles down as well. I see a good tether config.
Okay, and for you, I see 1 green WVS light, I see 3 MWS tabs up, and I see 2 safer handles down. And I also concur, good 2 tether config.
Copy, and EV1 has a dry hap.
Dry hap for EV2.
Copy good buddy checks and copy dry hap for you both. There's a warning and a caution. The warning is about the sharp edge on airlock with number 8 label, and the caution is to avoid contact with deployed test cable. And with that, Jessica, you can translate to P1 to a mile marker 9180 under the FHRC for the anchor hooks.
Okay, copy.
And Christina, you can work on bundling the crew lock bag to the APFR on the WIFX in WIF 11.
Copy.
After performing their buddy checks to ensure each other's suits are in the right configuration, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir are now on their way to the P6 truss, where they will conduct today's spacewalk. After setting up their work site, the duo will begin moving batteries. The first will be an old nickel hydrogen battery that's currently installed on the space station. They'll move that to the external pallet, which will eventually be disposed.
And the crew lock bag is bundled to the APFR in the WIFX.
Copy that. You can retrieve the bundle and stow it on your BRT.
And Christina, looking back, I can see that my tether is just like a little fair lead around that whiff that is just part of the toolbox, so you can just remove it from there if it's in your way.
Okay, I copy.
You can see EV2 or NASA astronaut Christina Koch on your screen right now wearing a full white suit. She is bundling the crew lock bag to the APFR, or the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. That will give the astronauts a place to stabilize themselves later as they begin moving batteries to and from the integrated electronics assembly.
Copy that. That's the location for the EV1 anchor.
Copy, in work. And Stephanie, I have the APFR and crew lock bag bundle on my BRT.
Copy that. Nice work.
Stephanie, I have my anchor hook on handrail 3652. Gates closed and slider is locked.
Copy, Jessica, and check the reels unlocked.
In work. My reels are both unlocked.
Copy that. And for EV2, the anchor hook location is 3651.
Copy, I'm there now, and it's in work.
And Jessica, friendly reminder to tether to the EV2 anchor hook.
I just tethered to EV2's anchor hook.
Copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie, Christina's tether is on 3651. Gates closed and sliders locked.
Copy that. That's a good config. You can give Christina a go to release her waist tether.
Okay, Christina, you have that go to release your waist tether. Copy and in work.
And making her way to the work site today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. You've got an astronaut's eye view right now from her helmet camera. You can determine this is Meir's helmet camera by the number 11 in the bottom right-hand corner.
The ring waist tether is attached to the handrail inside the airlock below the UIA.
Copy, Christina. Check the reels unlocked, and you can close the thermal cover.
Copy, in work. The two reels are unlocked. Going for the thermal cover. Stephanie, I'm continuing outboard.
Copy that. Can translate to the outboard side of P5. Please check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge. And then on P6, avoid contact with deployed and stowed radiators.
Copy. My gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
And the thermal cover is closed.
Copy, Christina. And you can also begin your translation to the outboard side of P5.
Copy.
And Christina Koch has closed the thermal cover on the hatch. However, as we mentioned, the hatch itself will stay open just in case the astronauts need to re-enter the space station quickly. You can see her there on the left side of your screen, beginning to move toward her work site with Jessica Meir.
And I am at the top of the speeder spur, heading forward.
Copy, Christina. Sunset in 2 minutes.
Copy. Gauntlet's are in place, and I'm crossing this arch.
Copy, Jessica. Your green hook location on P6 is 5311.
Copy, 5311.
As we mentioned, these spacewalks are a continuation of the battery replacement spacewalks that occurred in October. Those were on the 2B channel of the Port 6 truss, and these today you'll see are on the 4B channel. In October, 6 old nickel hydrogen batteries were removed and 3 new lithium-ion batteries were installed along with their adapter plates. The adapter plate completes the circuit between those lithium-ion batteries. Today on the 4B channel, 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries will be removed and 2 new lithium-ion batteries will be installed. And on January 20th, next Monday, we'll have another spacewalk on the 4B channel where 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries are removed and 1 new lithium-ion battery is installed, completing the work for the P6 truss.
"30 seconds to a short teacher's handover."
Copy.
As we prepare for a short satellite handover, you can see that the view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera is a little bit darker now. That's because the space station has entered an orbital nighttime.
Copy, Jessica.
Even during these brief losses of communication, the astronauts continue their work on the space station, still moving towards their work site today on the P6 truss, where they will begin removing the first nickel hydrogen battery.
My gauntlets are done for the Sarge.
Copy, Christina. And your green hook location is 5388.
Copy. Company EV1 has dropped hook on 5311. Gates closed, sliders locked.
Copy that, Jessica. Next, you can translate to the EP, and I have 2 warnings and 3 cautions for the EP. For the EP wheels, it's no touch for pinch points. The EP grapple shaft and teeth are also no touch. Translate only on the handrails. Do not impart loads onto any ORU on the EP. No sudden movements on the EP. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed, and wait until EP motion dampens out before imparting any loads.
V1 copy.
Another acronym you just heard is the EP, or the external pallet. That's one of the locations the astronauts will be removing and installing batteries today. It is part of JAXA, or the Japanese aerospace company's HTV vehicle.
Handrail at which I start that, I believe it's 5203.
Copy, checking.
'5241, '5242. I think. Let's switch each other.
That's correct, 5241, 5242, and then 5232.
And I see you, Christina. I'm on the EP. Copy. And I am at Jessica's green.
Copy, Christina. And Jessica, once you're on the EP, you can stow the ORU bag at 7338. I'm sorry, 7328, or per your crew preference.
Copy, that can work. And I see that I have crossed Jessica's safety tether successfully without having it tag on anything. So I am at my green tether hook of 5388.
Copy, Christina. Nice work.
A good view from Meir's helmet camera as she stows the ORU bag, or the Orbital Replacement Unit bag, containing some of the tools and the equipment that the spacewalkers will need today.
And Stephanie, I have the ORU bag stowed. I will work on configuring the PG.
Copy, Jessica.
I have the hex head on the PGC. Good pull test.
Copy, Jessica. You can translate to the EP APFR.
Okay. I'm just going to deploy this GoPro, Christina. Okay.
As things continue to progress smoothly at the start of today's spacewalk, we are almost 30 minutes in. And you just saw Jessica Meir working with the PGT, or the pistol grip tool. That's sort of like the screwdriver that the astronauts will use today to remove and to install bolts that will secure the batteries.
And Stephanie, I am at the APFR. I see a clocking of 3. I see Foxtrot, Foxtrot. I see Golf, and 3 is set.
Jessica, those are good settings. Double check the pitch knob is popped out and deploy the ingress aid.
Okay, copy and mark.
A good view there of the APFR, or the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. You can see the place where Jessica Meir will put her feet so that she can begin work on removing the first battery, a nickel hydrogen battery, to then install it on the external pallet.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I have the ingress aid deployed. And I do see that the wire ties are tucked underneath the boot plate.
Copy, Jessica. Those are good checks, and that's a good APFR config. You can translate to the IEA to meet up with Christina when she gets there.
Okay, and I have just dropped my green hook, so I'm actually inboard of Jessica. And checking safety tether config here. In hers and mine. I see 2 good green drops.
And we copy Christina.
Okay, so do you want me... Christina, would you like me to wait here on the APFR while you go by? I think we'll leave that up to Stephanie. We may just be able to translate out in series.
And we're discussing? Jessica, if you could go a bit more aft, and that should allow clearance for Christina to pass by and lead.
Okay, copy.
And Christina, as you translate outboard, be sure to route your safety tether under the grapple fixture.
Copy. I've moved aft, Christina. Let me know if you need me to move any further. Okay, I see you. I think that should be good.
A different view from a different helmet camera. This one, Christina Cook's. You can tell by the number 18 down at the bottom.
And one thing I will take from you while I pass by is 1, a check of that I'm not taking your safety tether with me on anything. I go by. And 2, a drive-by unlocking of my BRT RET if you can reach it. Okay. Stay where you are. Mm-hmm. Locked out with some slack. Yeah, I see that. One second, I'm almost there. Okay, stand by 1, because I've translated on you. Come back here. Okay, it's unlocked for you. Great, thanks. I'm going to throw the needle between you and your APFR. And I'm holding my safety tether in, so hopefully it won't snag on you. Great. And you're going to have to move more zenith if you can a little bit. Okay. There you go. And fix this, I think I got your APFR out of the you did, but I'll get that after. Right now, though, my tether is caught on your workstation, and your tether is around your PTT. Okay. So with your right hand, you can see that's your tether. There you go. Actually, that's mine. That is all mine. Okay. Now it's free. All right. Nicely done. Thank you for the tip. Clear. Okay, I'm clear. Head and port, Stephanie. Now, your safety tether is actually aft of the grapple fixture, not nadir. Do we want to try to correct that, Stephanie, or? May had just said under, so I was thinking it just meant as long as it's not going across the face, but yeah, let's hear from her on that. Basically, right now, it's just aft of the grapple fixture.
I think aft sounds good, but let me check.
And it is staying underneath the boot plate of my APFR right now.
And Christina, and Jessica, if you see Christina's safety tether routed under sort of the nadir and aft edge of the grapple fixture, that should be good, as long as it's clear.
Yeah, it is not nadir, it's zenith, but it is aft, and it is underneath my boot plate.
If you two are happy, we're happy. We think that's good.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy with it. Well, we can keep an eye on it, Christina. I can always go and move it after if we need to. Okay. And Stephanie, just so that we can make the right assessment, the idea there was just that it wasn't passing over the face of the grapple fixture, just to avoid contact. Do you understand correctly?
You do, and also meant to not be in the way while hardware is being transferred.
Copy. And with that, Stephanie, should I go ahead and follow Christina outboard and then go to the non-radiator side, or to the radiator side?
Yes, Jessica, that's a good plan. And Christina, you're headed to WIF 29 to install the APFR to clocking of 12.
Okay, copy. I am at WIF 29.
You just heard the crew working with the ground to confirm the best place to attach their tethers to the space station. And a little bit of interesting information as they begin to move toward the work site. The primary reason the crew wears mirrors on their wrist is to be able to see the switches and labeling on the front of the suit that's actually out of view. This is anything from volume to their cooling settings to the oxygen actuator.
Jessica and Christina. Christina, once you arrive at WIF 29, we would like you to actually go quiescent for a period, and we'll have you hand the crew lock bag over to Jessica, and she can install it.
Copy.
You just heard Ground IV Stephanie Wilson talking with Christina, telling her that once she gets to WIF 29, that's Worksite Interface 29, she can go quiescent or take a little bit of a rest period.
Hello. Hi. If you'd like, you can open the bag now. Sure. See, we can probably do a vet swap. Okay, yep.
Another live view from Christina Cook's helmet camera, and once she reaches Worksite Interface 29, she'll actually install the articulating portable foot restraint, just as we saw Jessica Meir do.
Okay, and it looks like back here, but I think my VRT-RET has the clocking mechanism. Let's see if I can get that. No rush. And I'm seeing that pretty stuck in there. Maybe to pull out the APFR. Or you think the BRT that got caught underneath the... Let's see. First of all, I'm going to get my helmet light on because it just came off. Jessica, look at me. Okay, stand by. Stay where you are. Do good helmet lights. Yeah. Stephanie, Christina's helmet lights are not attached to her, so the cable is still attached, of course, but the camera and the helmet lights have been detached from her helmet.
We copy. Stand by.
Hold on a second, Christina. I'm going to get my mini workstation end effector from back here so I can get into a better position. Okay, copy. I see.
As you heard the astronauts mention, the lights and the camera on Christina Cook's helmet have become loose, and teams on the ground are now working through procedures to help them reattach that.
Jessica, for Christina, we'd first like you to install the APFR in width 29 for a clocking of 12, and then we'll work the helmet light.
Okay, and Stephanie, I can confirm that the width is installed in width, or sorry, the APFR is installed in width 29. Good pull twist test and black on black.
We copy, Christina. Thank you.
Okay, and is that RET clear now, you think? RET, I was able to clear it, yep. I'm going to remove my BRT RET just so there's one less thing here. And then right now the crew lock bag is attached to the APFR with the two adjustables. And Stephanie, I know that I just have to line up these. You know, normally we put the lights and the video camera on one at a time, but I'm assuming out here I'll just be able to use one motion to put both and clip those into place.
And Jessica, we copy. Thanks for the idea. We're going to work the generic EVA Systems crib sheet, which has Christina minimize body motion, and we need you to tether to the assembly. It's recommended to use a large hook around the around the helmet gimlet bracket if possible.
You mean the large white bracket in the rear of the light camera assembly?
Checking. Jessica, the gimbal bracket is just behind the light.
The gimbal bracket. Okay, copy. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Let me know
now, I don't have a large hook, but you know, Christina, if I could use your extra waist tether, I think that would be perfect since you're not using that right now.
That's affirmative. I can give out for you if you want.
Got it. You hold that for 1 second. Yep. Okay, I have a large hook around the gimbal.
Copy. Next is to perform a visual inspection to see if there is any obvious reason why the light became free.
I'm looking at the latches. I can see the left ones clearly. I don't see anything in there. I don't see any fog. Christina, if you can kind of tilt down to your left.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't see anything obvious. I'm just kind of holding it right now in place where it will eventually go.
Copy, and then check if the light locks are still in place.
You can see the left light hook lock is in place. And I can see the right is also in place.
Copy, and then can you depress all four of the buttons to confirm that they're functional?
You mean the white lock buttons to make sure that the lock is in place?
These are the four.
Do you mean?
Yes, the E-hip buttons.
Okay. E-hip buttons that will secure it in place. Yep, copy. Okay, I'm pressing. Left side goes good. Right side, both good.
We copy, and so by looks good, we think that means you're able to depress all 4 of those buttons.
Affirm, sorry for that, Stephanie. Yes, I can depress all 4.
Copy that. We're discussing.
At 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, teams on the ground and the astronauts on the space station are continuing to work to reattach Christina Koch's helmet lights and camera to her actual helmet. There are actually already pre-established procedures for any mishaps like this, and teams on the ground are continuing to step through those as they troubleshoot the issue.
So Jessica, what we're discussing is that with the EHIP light locks in place, we felt you should not be able to depress those EHIP buttons. So we'd like to confirm that you were actuating the EHIP buttons and not the battery latches.
Okay, yeah. Initially, I thought we were talking about the white button, so that's what I asked. And then I thought we were talking about the 4 mechanisms that will actually put the video on. So the white buttons, which are not supposed to be depressed if the lock is in place, I will check those now.
Copy, and thanks for the clarification. And Jessica, with that, we'd like you to try to reinstall it and see if it stays in place.
Okay, copy, and I can confirm that all of those white buttons are nominal. I cannot depress them.
Copy.
I think I'm going to need, because I need to try to line these up. And
Okay.
I don't have a good view right now. So
Okay.
I'm going to come up a little bit higher.
Okay, I can reposition too, so just let me know.
Now, if I recall, Stephanie, from when I put this on the ground or inside, I have to be depressing both back and front of each side in order for the grooves to fall into place. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. I'm checking. And Jessica, that's correct. You have to squeeze 2 on both sides or all 4 to get it to slide in the groove.
Okay. Christina, can you come a little bit closer to structure?
Yep.
Okay.
And if you need the BRC,
Sunrise in 20 seconds. Also 20 seconds to a 20-second LOS.
You know, it's really hard to get in here with the lights on. Right.
During a short satellite handover, the team continues to troubleshoot the issue with Christina Cook's lights and helmet camera. And the sun has now risen at the International Space Station, which is currently traveling 257 statute miles over the west coast of Mexico.
Okay, actually, I think, Christina, what we're going to need to do is get away from this APSR. Okay. So let's both move inboard. Okay. Let me slide ahead of you a little bit, and then go down one more handrail. All right.
Here inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, you can see teams working with a helmet to determine which buttons should be able to be pressed and help reinstall that light and camera portion of the helmet. This helps Ground IV Stephanie Wilson determine how to communicate to the astronauts which steps they should take next.
Swing your legs outward. Yep. Okay, stop there. Okay. Actually, come back about. I'm going to get a BRT down here. I'm going to need some more stability to get this. Yep. Move a little bit more outboard for a second. Sure.
Jessica, Christina, thanks for your work on this. We think that with the light locks installed, you're not going to be able to get the helmet on the helmet light seated onto the grooves. So instead, we'd like to demate the power cable to completely remove the assembly. And then we're working on a stowage plan for you. We'd like you to have you stow it to the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. I thought that I did recall that it was possible to get both on together, but I will definitely defer to you on that. Would you like me to demate the power cable at this time?
First, turn off, have Christina turn off her WVS, and then you can demate the cable.
I can get it, Christina. Okay.
Or Jessica can do it.
Okay, it's actually already off. Just cycled it to make sure, so the WVS is off.
Copy, you can demate the cable.
And Christina, come toward me a little bit more. Okay.
Flight controllers and ground teams have determined to just remove the helmet portion with the lights and video system.
But it's on your waist tether. Okay, I see that. Putting it in front of you. Okay. Nice, if you get a hand on your waist tether. Yep, I see that. I'll keep an eye on it. Okay. And do I need to mate the cable back to its ground, or can I just tuck it in the pocket, Stephanie?
I'm checking. I think that sounds like a good plan. We concur, just to tuck it inside.
Okay, Christina, if you can come toward me a little bit again. Okay, and I'm going to turn these helmet lights off. Okay.
Rather than spending more time to try and reattach the light and video portion of the helmet, crew members will stow that portion with the crew lock bag.
Copy. And for stowage to the crew lock bag, Jessica, if you have an additional adjustable, you could use the small hook to attach to the frame in the back of the helmet light, or you could use the large hook on the outside of the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. We can do either. Christina, do you have a preference for the crew lock bag? No preference. I have an adjustable. What's our forward plan? Are we continuing?
Good question, and yes, we will continue, and we'll try to keep you two together as much as possible.
Great. Perfect. In that case, to enable us to use the large hook for the crew lock bag, I would say let's use an adjustable. I will have an additional one even after I put my fair lead down, so I can go ahead and bundle the light to the crew lock bag now if you'd like.
We concur.
At just over an hour in today's spacewalk, the team members have decided that the spacewalk will continue and that they'll try and keep Jessica Meir and Christina Koch together as much as possible during the work.
You know if you need a hand with anything. Okay.
As the astronauts work to stow Christina's helmet camera, a beautiful view of the Earth below as the space station flies west of Santa Cruz.
Copy, Christina. And Jessica? Copy, Christina. And Jessica, would you check your safety tether reels unlocked? We're getting reports that there's quite a bit of slack.
Okay, copy. I see that slack too, and it did get locked. It's unlocked now, and it's reeling in.
We copy. Thank you.
Okay, and Stephanie, I'm ready for next steps. To summarize, I have the APSR installed in WISP 29. You can read your settings if you'd like.
Copy of you confirm clocking of 12, and I'll have the rest of the settings.
Okay, affirmative. It's clocking of 12, and the rest of the settings are Quebec, clock 12.
And we copy. Those are good settings. And you reported good black on black and a good pull test. Can you also double check the pitch knob is popped out?
And the pitch knob is popped out.
Copy.
Wire ties are stowed under the boot plate.
Copy the wire ties also. You can place your Richman fair lead at 5360.
Copy. And I'll move back to this radiator side, Christina, and I can give a hand with that crew lock bag if that's going to be the next step. Okay, I concur. Thank you. Stephanie, would you like me to grab the crew lock bag and start stowing that while Christina's working on the ferry lead? I'm just next to it now.
Yes, you can stow the crew lock bag between handrails 5354 and 5349.
Copy.
You can see Jessica Meir stowing the crew lock bag along with Christina Koch's wireless video system and light portion of her helmet.
Some additional words without your helmet light. Just be careful with your translation, as you always are. You're missing that additional protection.
Copy that. And if you agree, I'll go ahead and follow Jessica up to the crew lock bag location.
We agree. Next will be ratchet wrench ops to brake torque on battery 1.
Could you give me those handrails for the crew lock bag again? Was it 5354? 49.
That's affirm and 5349.
Okay, copy.
Due to the issue with Christina Koch's helmet this morning,
Outside the crew lock bag, that would be inboard of the gap spanner. That's on handrail 5354.
the astronauts are about 30 minutes behind on the timeline. However, the spacewalk will continue as planned. The astronauts will work in close quarters to provide Christina Koch more visibility, especially during the nighttime passes of the space station.
The one that we're taking off when we stow it at the end. Okay, and do you have a preference on inboard or outboard stanchion? No.
There is one caution for the bolt operations. Once torque is broken on an H bolt, do not impart loads into the corresponding microsquare.
Copy. And just come right up here with you. Okay, and I've got the crew lock bag stowed on those 2 handrails.
Copy, Jessica. You can retrieve the ratchet wrench from the crew lock bag to hand to Christina. Christina, you can be in position for H1 on battery 1.
See. Christina, here you go. Okay, thanks. And just, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and get your, might come back to you.
You overheard the astronauts and the ground team discussing scoops.
Okay, Stephanie, I'm at H1 and I'll be inserting the ratchet. 1 line flush, or tape line flush rather.
Copy, tape line is flush to the H1 scoop. When you're ready, brake torque, less than 1 turn.
Koch is now loosening the scoops. She will then reinstall those on different portions of the battery that will allow easier handling between the two crewmates as they work with these batteries today.
And I got chase line plus on H2.
Copy. Brake torque less than 1 turn.
And that's complete. Quarter turn.
Copy. Quarter turn. Can stow the ratchet wrench or tend it back to the crew lock bag. Then we have 2 scoops to install, one on the DCSU on H1 at 6 o'clock and one on battery 4 at H2 at 6 o'clock.
Okay, Christina, since you're on that side, if you want to do battery 2, then we can either you could pass them over, or I could do the other one if we don't want to take them off this regret. I want to do one at a time. Okay, so it was DCSU, and so you could probably go down to battery 2 first.
And Jessica, Christina, and Jessica, what we suggest is that Jessica, we have you work on installing both of the scoops, and Christina can work on the PGT, configuring her PGT with the hex driver from the socket caddy.
Okay, copy. Okay, and I copy as well. So one more time, Stephanie, the scoop on the DCSU, was that on H1 or H2?
For the DCSU, it is H1 at 6 o'clock.
Okay, copy.
You'll see various tools throughout the spacewalk today, but 2 main ones. We just saw Christina Koch use the ratchet wrench to break torque on battery 1. Another that we'll see coming up is the PGT, or the pistol grip tool. This is a drill-like tool that will help the astronauts remove bolts as well as drive them in to secure the batteries.
My name is Fetch and installed on my PGT with a good pull test.
Copy, Christina. That PGT will be attached to the crew lock bag using the RET series.
Copy. In work.
Almost an hour and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk. After these scoops are installed on the direct current switching unit, or the DCSU, and on battery 4, the teams will move to their next task, which is releasing battery 1.
Yeah, could you tap my camera free of... Oh, I see that. Okay.
Battery 1 is a nickel hydrogen battery. It has been on the station's integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss.
Scoop's got stuff back over there. See? Okay. Got them? Okay. And I'll make sure you can pull them out, but they're in a good data wrapped around. Okay. Let's get that fixed. See what's going on here, so let me see if you can fix that. Okay, there you go. Thanks. Okay, the PGT is embedded in the RET series into an internal D-ring in the crew lock bag.
Copy, Christina. And then Jessica's working on the scoop now on the DCSU. She'll have another scoop placed on battery 4 on H2 at 6 o'clock, and then the PGT goes onto that scoop with the adjustable.
Okay, copy. I'll get positioned. Okay, Stephanie, I have a scoop on H1 of the DCSU.
Copy, nice work. The additional scoop goes on battery 4 H2 at 6 o'clock.
And I'm in a good spot to do that one if you want to hand it to me, or actually just do that as adjustable. There you go.
In this view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera, you can see she has installed a scoop on the direct current switching unit.
Okay, I have a scoop on battery 4 H2, and I'll release this adjustable that's attached to it. It'll send back to the crew lock bag, and then I'll attach my PG. Cool.
Copy that, Christina. Then next is a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you, both when convenient.
Okay, for EV1, on my right glove, I have a very small piece of RTV that's peeled back on the seam of my index finger. If you can see that in my WDS. And left glove looks the same as baseline. Hap is dry, and gauntlets are down for EV1.
Copy EV1.
For EV2, I have the PGC with the 9-inch head node on H2 of battery 4. And glove check finally.
Copy, Christina.
For my glove, I see no changes from the start. EVA. Hap is dry. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks EV2. PET is 1 hour, 19 minutes, and we are about 15 minutes down. And Christina, when you're ready, check the gap spanner clear of battery 1, you can ingress the APFR.
Okay.
A lot of good information from the astronauts. Christina Koch confirming that the scoop has been installed on battery 4.
Can be cleared of it. It will be easily cleared when we remove the battery.
Copy that.
The astronauts also conducted a glove and hap check.
Stand by, I'm going to head down there. Okay.
Astronauts regularly check their gloves for any damage during the spacewalk. And HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad. The astronauts check this to ensure nothing is leaking and that the inside of the suit remains dry.
And a good position could be on the radiator side.
Copy, I am there now, and I'm just asked of battery 1, and yes, I think the gap spanner will, yep, it's in a good position. It will be clear.
Copy all, thank you.
And more good news relayed up to the crew by Ground IV Stephanie Wilson. They've made up some time and are now only 15 minutes down on the timeline. Next up for the astronauts, they will begin to remove battery 1. As we mentioned, the numbered batteries are old, meaning this is a nickel hydrogen battery that's been on the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss in channel 2B. We'll see Christina Koch use the pistol grip tool, that drill-like tool, to remove the battery and then pass it off to Jessica Meir, who will soft dock it onto the external pallet and eventually also use the pistol grip tool to turn one bolt and secure it to the external pallet, where it will later be disposed.
You're a bit to the right, to the left, both feet. Okay. Is in. You just need to get the heel rotated inboard and down. Perfect. You're in the toe loop. I think you're going to have to bring it forward more. Okay.
These battery changes on the International Space Station, switching from nickel hydrogen to lithium ion, have taken place over the last few years on various parts of the space station.
Okay. I believe I'm ingress. Have a good view of your right foot. It does look like I can see that your right foot's in. Okay. And I am looking at battery serial number 0104.
Copy 0104. Check the ingress aid stowed and tethers clear. And attach a RET to the H2 scoop.
Stowed and clear.
Copy. Attach a RET to the H2 scoop, locking it out with slack.
Today on the 4B channel, we'll see 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries removed and 2 new batteries, lithium ion, installed. And next Monday, we'll see 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries removed and 1 new lithium ion battery installed.
Copy. We'll use Jessica's PGT with the 6-inch for this operation. I'll have settings when you're ready.
There we go. Okay, I have the PGT. Copy. Want me to lock on? Want me to lock out the RET? I'm good so far. Okay.
The final new batteries for the space station will arrive late this spring with a launch from JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Agency. These will be for the 1B and 3B channels of the S6 truss, that's the starboard 6 truss on the International Space Station.
Those are good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
Inward. Okay, tape line is flush. I'm in a good position if you like for me to apply back pressure. Absolutely, I will take that. Okay.
When ready, release H1. Stand by.
We're on standing by right now.
And we concur. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
On the right side of Jessica Meir's helmet camera, you can see Christina Koch.
I am in a good position to trigger if Jessica, you can apply down pressure and keep it equal. And Stephanie, we have tape line flush on H1 and a nice perpendicular.
Copy. Release H1 about 8 turns to free spin.
Work. I can count turns.
Cook now working to release the first of 2 bolts to remove battery 1 from its position on the integrated electronics assembly.
It started skipping at 5. And I see status indicator is unlocked.
Copy 6 turns with skipping starting at 5 and status indicator unlock. It's the same settings for H2, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, and I confirm that is still set.
Copy.
Tape line flush, now on H2.
Copy. Release H2 about 19 turns to free spin.
Okay. Let's straight to you, Jessica, for Meir angle. Okay. And I can count turns and trigger if you can apply back pressure. Okay. Got it. Turn. See it jacking. Curve. I believe we're all the way. Yep. There's 18 turns. I can see status indicators unlocked. In turn.
Copy 18 turn status indicator unlocked for H2. Can transfer the PGT back to Jessica and unlock the red.
Copy. All right, there's your PGT, Jessica. My red is unlocked.
Copy. Once Jessica's in place to receive the battery and double check local tether not on the outboard gap spanner, can hand off battery 1, giving Jessica the H1 scoop.
Copy that. Hey, Jessica, I will be handing you H1 once we're out of soft dock, so I'll let you position, and I can confirm, you can, I'm sure as well, that your local is not on the gap spanner. Copy, and I'm going to have to come around to the other side first, right? Yep. I will translate down there. Copy.
Now that Cook has successfully unbolted battery 1 from its place on the integrated electronics assembly, she will pass off the H1 scoop or that handling tool to her crewmate Jessica Meir. Meir is moving into place to receive that battery.
Copy.
We're out of soft dock.
Copy.
Get it ready to hand H1 to Jessica, but recognize she's still positioning.
Copy that.
All right, Jessica, I've got it oriented fins out, H1 towards you. I'm just going to slowly bring it around. Okay, it'll be there when you're ready.
We're currently an hour and a half into today's spacewalk, and Jessica Meir is positioning herself to receive battery 1 from Christina Cook. Meir will then soft dock the battery onto the external pallet for later disposal.
Yeah, you should still have enough room to egress. Yep, I agree. And then we both have it now, so let me know when you're happy with your control. Okay, I have control of the battery. Okay, you have the battery. I have the battery. And I will, Stephanie, if you agree, I'll go ahead and egress.
We concur.
And it is coming back to you a little bit just because of your rep. Okay, understand. Just stay on your side of the APFR, a little inboard, so that we don't have any stretching. And I can see that my safety tether's in a good config, nothing snags on it. Okay, copy. And I am to the bottom handrail, so I'll get a local down and I'll go for the battery. Copy.
Nice work removing the battery, and you can work together to shepherd it to the EP with fins away from structure.
Copy. I'm going to get as close as possible to you. Okay, and I have it. I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. I'm letting go. Copy. Yep. Okay, and stretch it out a little bit more, otherwise I can come back a bit. Can work. I have the battery. You have the battery. I have the battery. And then if you want to stretch it towards you, that's about as far as I can go. Far, okay. And I'm going to stay on this handrail. So if I want, I'll position to receive it. I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Letting go.
Cook has passed off the battery to her crewmate Jessica Meir. The team members are now at the external pallet. Meir will install it in external pallet slot Z. She'll use the pistol grip tool to drive one bolt and attach it to that EPZ spot.
I have the battery. You have the battery. I'm going to get one more handrail close to you, if you can scrunch in at all, so that you're working against my rep. Okay, I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Okay, so I've got this grapple fixture right next to me here. I'm going to see how far I can get this. Yep, I see that.
You can see the crew members moving the battery into position.
You have the battery.
Also in this frame, you can see some of the space station's solar arrays. Solar arrays collect power and send that to the batteries. And the batteries store that power for when the space station is in an orbital nighttime, when they disperse the power throughout the International Space Station.
And I'm going to try to get this handrail as we can. There. Work for you? Good. Okay.
30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
I have the battery. You have the battery. Copy, Stephanie. You are actually kind of right under it still, so we did a good completion on that one. Yep, I'm going to lift it out. And I am at the APSR now. Yep, I think we...
A quick handover as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir reports she's at the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or the APFR, and even closer to moving that battery into its new spot at home on the external pallet slot Z.
You have the battery, and pull it towards you a little bit just to deconflict with the grapple fixtures. Perfect.
Jessica, Christina, we're back with you, and I have 2 reminders and 4 additional cautions for the EP. Friendly reminder to translate only in the handrails, no sudden movements, and wait until EP motion dampens out. And then, sorry, there are 3 new ones. Do not exceed 20 pounds force during ORU soft dock engagement disengagement. Crew must not simultaneously impart loads onto the EP. And when the SSRMS brakes are off, the free float crew member must remain quiescent.
And I copy. Maybe I copy. And will you have enough room to ingress if I am on this handrail, Jessica? I think so. Okay.
Without the SSRMS brakes are on, you have a go to ingress, Jessica.
I have the battery. Okay, Christina. Copy. If you can pull it to you a little bit, okay? Yep. So I can get up here.
As NASA astronaut Christina Koch holds the battery, you can see she's wearing an all-white suit, designating her as Spacewalker 2 today.
Just be aware that coming outboard and the battery is between you and me. Copy. And I can move it if you do need that space.
And this view from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, who is finding her footing in the articulating portable foot restraint, which will give her more stability, as you can see external pallet and slot Z right there in the middle of the camera. And below her is beautiful Earth as the space station flies 265 statute miles south of Mauritius.
Christina, is the ingress aid hitting the bottom of my workstation? T-bar? Yeah. Originally, I saw before you were adjusting it, it was kind of in that area. I'll keep an eye on it. Let you know. Right now, it's the handle is about level with where your BRT is on the T-bar. Okay, I think my right foot's in. Okay, nice job. Really close, just a little deeper with the left one before you make that heel turn. Okay, I'm in. Nice job.
Nice work, Jessica. Check the ingress aid stowed and tethers clear, and then you two can prepare to do a ret swap.
Okay, copy. The ingress aid is in. Get a ret. Christina. Okay. Copy. Moving it towards you. Okay, nice job. You're on it. Okay, I've got a ret on it. Okay, and I'll go ahead and remove my ret. Concur. Okay, you have control of it? I have control. Okay, and then I'll just need you to pass that down. I'll get my ret. I have not retrieved my ret yet, so I'll keep passing it down for that. Just going to give it a gentle tug in this direction.
Meir and Koch are transferring their rets, or the retractable equipment tether, passing the battery off by linking it from one and away from the other.
And you're going to feel me on your boot plate? Copy. Are you going to get your red off? Yep, I'm going to get that off. Okay. And then that red is retrieved. Okay, copy.
Jessica, we see you've got
Stephanie,
H1.
we do have performed the ret swap, and we're ready for set.
Yes. Jessica has H1 in the right hand for install, which we see. Christina, you can translate onto the EP to assist, and you can soft back the battery.
Copy. And I copy.
We're an hour and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is preparing to soft dock the first removed battery, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet.
Copy. I am on the EP.
Copy.
I can see I'm holding the battery clear. Okay, and I'm going to be heading above your head for left for assisting, and I am ready to begin soft dock. Okay, position to yep, you're in a good spot. Come in, and then a little bit down. A little bit out. Okay, keep coming in. You're looking really aligned. Yep.
Meir is now talking with Andrew Morgan, NASA astronaut on the space station.
Very square. So let's maybe give it a push and then see if that actually goes on this tangent. And of course, that's at H2.
Andrew Morgan is currently inside the station commanding the Canadarm 2.
Is that what we expect for height for soft dock? Like it might need to be a little farther down, but you are definitely on the stanchion. Okay? There we go. I did it. Whatever you just felt, I think, did the final. Okay, yeah, it does feel like it's in there now.
Copy, Jessica and Christina.
Yep. Okay.
Jessica, you can unlock the ret, leaving some slack, and then ready your PGT.
Okay, copy. Okay, Stephanie, I've got my PGT out.
PGT settings are Alpha 7.
I have Alpha.
Yes, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Copy Alpha 7. The Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Can work. The tape line flush.
Copy. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns to hard stop.
Steven.
Meir is now driving a bolt to secure the battery to the external pallet as the space station has just crossed the invisible terminator line. That's the difference between daylight and nighttime, flying 261 statute miles south of the Maldives.
Confirm it's jacking. It is set. Looking good. Alignment a little bit down. Okay. Oh, you're there. And I have 16, I had counted 17 turns, good green light, and torque is 9.1.
Copy 9.1 torque, 17 turns, green light. Check status indicator lock.
Status indicator is locked.
Copy that. You can still your PGT and unlock the rest.
Copy. Stephanie, I could work on the other scoop, or we could just wait for Jessica to get those. I'm fine either way. Otherwise, I'm quiescent.
Copy quiescent, and we're fine. If you would like to retrieve the H2 scoop, Jessica can work on the H1 scoop.
You think, Jessica? Yes, go for it. Okay. I think, Stephanie, after this one, I might like to look at these settings. I feel like I could use one more spot. Basically, it would be a role to pitch me a little bit into the box a little bit. It's almost just a bit out of my reach.
And we copy, Jessica. We'll take a look and have a suggestion.
And the next battery will be a little higher. I don't know if that's going to help. Okay, copy. That will help. Yeah. And I have these scoops from H1, and I have the scoop from H2. And Jessica, I'm going to start a little translate slowly above your head. Okay, copy.
Copy. Once you're complete with the scoop ops, then I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
EV1, gloves, no change from the last report. Hap is dry and gauntlets are in place. EV2, no change on the gloves. Hap dry, gauntlets down.
Copy checks for EV1 and EV2. PET is 1 hour, 52 minutes. We show you 3 minutes behind on the timeline. And the limiting consumable is Medox for EV2, 7 hours, 14 minutes. and nighttime is less than 2 minutes. So next we'll release Battery Fox.
And do we work with, would you like us to go ahead and work with Drew?
Yes, and so check ingress aid stowed and tethers cleared for EP translation, and you can give Drew a go to GCA to the published EP Fox position.
Okay, copy. Ingress aid is stowed, tethers are clear. And Drew, as soon as Christina is ready for the motion, I believe we'll be ready for that move to the published to Foxtrot.
Okay, copy that, Goose. And Christina, you give me a go, and when you both have a go, I'll be ready to move to the EP Foxtrot worksite.
I am quiescent and a go.
Okay, Jessica, if you agree, I understand you're both go, and we're ready to move to the published EPF worksite.
Affirm.
Copy, getting in mode.
And with the removal of those scoops and a good glove and helmet absorption pad check, the first task of the spacewalk is complete. The astronauts just removed a nickel-hydrogen battery, battery 1, from the integrated electronics assembly and have placed it on the external pallet, where it will be later disposed. NASA astronaut Drew Morgan is in command of the Canadarm2 today, and he'll be moving the external pallet into the next position where the astronauts will need it. Next up, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir will begin to remove battery F, a lithium-ion battery, from its place on the external pallet. Battery F on the external pallet will be moved to the space that was just created in slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly from removal of battery 1. We're approaching 2 hours into today's spacewalk, just at 1 hour and 55 minutes now.
20 centimeters go.
And ground teams report to the astronauts that they are now only 3 minutes behind on today's timeline, having made up some time during their last task.
Okay, ramped out, and this is the post position.
Okay, copy. This looks like a good position. Actually, Drew, can you bring it another 10 centimeters to my left?
Okay, I understand you want 10 centimeters in the same direction, continuing to your left.
Confirm.
Copy, starting motion. Okay, Jessica, that's 10 centimeters.
Okay, that's a good position. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on. Your go for ops.
Copy, brakes on.
Jessica and Christina to install the scoops with the doghouse at 12 o'clock. The H1 scoops at 9 o'clock, as is the H2 scoop, 9 o'clock.
Copy, Stephanie, and the H2 installed at 9 o'clock. And the H1 scoop is also installed at 9 o'clock.
Copy, Jessica. You can lock out your ret leaving slack, and we'll take the serial number.
Okay, copy. Serial number is 0021.
Copy 0021. And Jessica will use your PGT for these ops, and I'll have settings when you're ready.
Copy. Ready for settings?
PGT settings Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 to set.
Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Another quick handover, and Meir has moved on to the next battery, battery F, currently on the external pallet. She'll use the pistol grip tool to remove just one bolt to release battery F from the external pallet. She and Christina Koch will then work to move the battery toward the integrated electronics assembly where it will be installed in slot 1.
Working on H2.
Copy. Okay. And 1 second, can I pass you this PGT for a second? I think my left wheel is not in. Okay. You got your PGT? I can start driving if you want, Stephanie. Okay, I'm in now. Okay, you got it. Yes, you go ahead if you're in good position. Sir?
Yes, release H2 about 19 turns.
Okay, I've got it tape line flush. Do you want to take and it's not quite straight here? Okay. There you got it. Okay. Releasing. Jacking. What's the straightness? I do see it jacking. I see the indicator moving. Okay. Nice and straight on there. It is. Copy. Okay, that was 17 turns. And if you want to put a finger on it while I pull this out, just so we don't accidentally overcome soft dock. Okay.
Copy 17 turns. Check status indicator unlock.
I see it. And the affirmative, Stephanie, status indicator is up.
Copy, Christina. You can translate to structure in position to receive the battery. Jessica, you can unlock your red.
Okay, copy. In work. And a copy. And Jessica, if I come down like this, is that going to interfere with you? Oh. See? And you're going to fill me on the APFR. Okay? I am on structure. See? Being in a position. And for the team, I do have good illumination.
And
working well, just using the illumination of Jessica's lights.
Copy that. Thanks, Christina, for the report. And when you two are ready, Jessica, you can remove the battery and transfer it to Christina.
Okay, copy. And I'll let you look.
After successfully unbolting this lithium-ion battery from the external pallet, Jessica Meir is now prepared to hand it off to NASA's Christina Koch.
There we go. Okay. Looking down at position, evaluate reach. I'm going to I think I'm in a good spot. Receive. Okay, H1, I believe. This is H2. That what we were expecting? Let Stephanie jump in. I believe you flip it to give to me. Okay. Right now, I'm ready to H1. Yep. Okay. Okay. I'll be able to give you your rep back when I rep swap to it. Yeah, I concur. I'll rotate.
Jessica, Christina, we like the plan. Yeah, we had Jessica ended up reading to H1, but the plan has Christina now reading to H1. So we like the idea of a red swap.
Okay, copy.
Even though the space station is still in an orbital nighttime, the work still continues, including for NASA astronaut Christina Koch. She reported that she had good illumination, which is good news after the light and video portion of her helmet was detached earlier.
Yeah, so you get the boxes between us, just let me know. Okay. Okay, I'll take that down to me. Any chance you can reach it from here? Yeah, let me see. I think that the ret is it's on H1, kind of pulling it back to me. So if we can't reach it, I might just do a swap. I think I can here. Okay. I'm gonna loosely take it, or kind of still have it. Okay. Still have the control of the battery. I do. Okay. Boy. I'm ready to it. I'm going to release yours. Okay. You still have control of the battery. I have control. Okay, your rep's coming back to you. Okay, I am ready to it. I'll get into this position to receive. One. Okay. My rep locked out, so let me unlock that, pick up the spot. And I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Yep. I have control of the battery. I'm bringing it down away from you, so you'll have clearance to egress. Copy. Okay, you're clear to egress. Egress. Okay, copy. Can you see the ingress here? I think it's underneath my camera again. Can you see? I think you're right. When this happened to me, and I kind of going up on your tippy toes to get it off the top, or move it around because likely the handle's around the base of where the T comes up from the base plate of the MWS. Let me look again, see if I can see this. Yep, there you go. Nice job. Okay. I'm going to swing around and let me know if perfect. You're doing it just right. Yep, that's great. And I'm going to swing this H2 back up to you.
Nice work removing this battery, and you can shepherd it to the IAA with fins away from structure.
Making a bias is part inboard. Well, actually being scrunched is probably a good thing. Okay. Okay, I have the battery. Copy. You have the battery. I have the battery. Okay, if you can extend it up to me, if that's possible. And pull my rep to get to H1. I have H1 and I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Let me see if I can get one more handrail. Okay. I don't think I can when you're still on that one, so okay. Let me try. Here. Okay. You can rotate it up to me. Okay, I have the battery. Who has the battery? I have the battery. I have the battery. Hey, you have the battery. I have the battery.
Coming up on 2 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir are continuing to move the recently removed lithium-ion battery from the battery F to slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly on the space station.
Might be it. I have the battery. You have the battery. I have the battery.
Slot 1 is the station the astronauts were working at just prior to this task. They first removed a nickel hydrogen battery from that space and moved it to the external pallet in slot Z. This lithium-ion battery that they are transitioning with now is also from the external pallet and is now moving to a space on the integrated electronics assembly. For every 2 nickel hydrogen batteries, they can be replaced with 1 lithium-ion battery and 1 adapter plate.
And I have the battery. The battery. And you ready at the battery? Yep, I think if I get on this handrail. Yeah, I have the battery. You have the battery? I have it. Looks like we should just almost be there. Okay. I see that. I'm at the APFR now, but I'm going to have to come in a little bit closer, though, so you can take it and I can move in. Yep. Then I think we'll be at the last position. I have the battery, and I'm scrunching in. Hey, you have the battery. Okay, let me see what is going to be the best body position, do you think, Christina, for me? You're going to ingress on the inboard side, and then I'm going to have to pass it to you up here. So,
yeah, probably the position where we did the original handoff might, if you're able to get into that, and I can move this battery to allow for you to function.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I can get so that my left hand has the battery here, then I'll be able to swing it over better.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Left hand and battery, with battery, and then right hand, with your, that way?
Yeah.
Yes, I see. Yep, I do. Hands, however, orientate, because we'll also be flipping it fins in. And it will tend towards me with the ret being to me, so that's helpful.
Actually, maybe I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to swing it all the way from this position like this.
Right.
If we flipped it now so that the battery, the way you're going to install it, is facing me. And if I held on to this scoop, and you would have it already facing in the right direction?
So right now, H1 is out, which we want. It's just the fins that have to flip.
Yep, and that's what I mean.
Well, okay.
Yep, that's what I mean. So the fins, if we flip the fins now so that they are then like facing the way that you'll be holding them in the APFR.
My only concern with that would be that then they would be facing structure right now.
Not if we rotate it all the way around.
I see. Okay. Yep, I hear you. All right, so I'm the one in the control of the battery, so maybe we can do like you take it, and then I'll reposition my hand, and then I'll be able to complete that flip. Right now, just the right way my wrist is. Okay, so you have the battery?
I have the battery.
Copy, you have the battery. Doing hand flip. Okay, and I have the battery.
Okay, you have the battery.
So you would like to flip it?
I'm just thinking if we flip it now so that the fins are out there and then I rotate around, then I'm going to be able to pass it to you in the right position. Right now, I don't know how. If I just hold it like this, I'm not sure I can swing it that way to you. Or do you think that will work?
I think it could, or you could just position when you received it, were you more in my position where your feet on this side?
I was,
facing Meir?
Yep.
Are you able to do that now?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I'd like to get into that position and then hold on to this one.
Okay.
Okay.
I have the battery.
You have the battery. Can you come inboard a little bit?
Inboard? Sure.
Sorry, actually outboard. You're right up against your APFR.
Okay. There. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, all right, great.
Okay, I have the battery.
Okay. Stephanie, with that, so to let you know where we're at, Stephanie, I'm at the base of the APFR. Jessica has control of the battery, and I believe my next step would be to ingress.
That's correct. You can check that the gap spanner would be clear for install, and then you ingress, and a friendly reminder about the inspections both on the back of the battery and the IEA.
Okay, great. And we will take care of decompleting the gap spanner at the time of install, I think, because then we'll have Jessica in place to look at that.
Copy.
And I'm still right to it, so I'll take your word, Jessica, if it looks like it's too extended.
Copy, I've got a good view of it.
Copy.
Christina Koch is preparing to ingress in the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or the APFR. She and Jessica Meir will take a moment to check out the battery and make sure all of the connections are clear, that it looks ready to be installed on the integrated electronics assembly.
And the ret right now, Christina, is between your legs. Okay. So you might need to push it to the left of the APFR. Okay, about. There it goes. Okay, now it's in front of the roll pedal. But it's not. It's clear. No, it's clear now. The left foot needs to go in just a little bit deeper. Chelsea? Looks like your toe is definitely well in the loop if you, on your left, if you rotate in. Okay? Thank you. I think your right foot might need to move a bit to the right. There you go. Now your left foot needs to move to your right. Your left foot is just to the right of the toe loop. Copy. Now you look good. Looks like the left one is locked. Great. And is your right in as well? Don't think so. Okay. And I think my right is in. Okay, copy. I'm ingress, and I see no slide on the IEA side in the fins. In the connector, without helmet lights. And then I might be able to get those once I get to that side. All right.
So Jessica, Christina, Christina, you have completed APFR ingress, and ingress aid is stowed and tethers are clear?
Affirmative.
Copy that. And then even though day is coming here in less than a minute, and you'll probably see that transition, we'd like Jessica to turn the EHIP lights on, the one that's temp stowed on the crew lock bag, and that'll just help light the area on the IEA for future ops.
Okay, that's a great idea. Happy. Okay, Christina, maneuvering the battery towards you. And I do want to make sure, like you said, the ret is not on the APFR. I believe it's not. Right, see, yep, it's not. It is around the ingress though.
Jessica, check WVS.
Okay, copy. As soon as I let go of the battery, I can get that in work.
Copy.
Okay, I see the battery coming towards me. I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery, letting go. Copy. And I'm going to lean back, and it spins down, and in a way that I can also present the fins to you for inspection. Okay. And I have it oriented fins down with each one outboard in the installation direction. And I can confirm that the IEA connectors, no vent pins, and are clear of 5. It's good EMI band. Okay, I'm going to translate around, Christina.
Christina, we copy your IEA inspections.
And I have cycled WVS.
We have good WVS, Jessica. Thanks.
Good reports from the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, NASA's Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. Now we're 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the space station has entered sunlight over the Pacific Ocean west of Mexico. The astronauts completed their first task earlier, which was moving a nickel hydrogen battery from its place on the integrated electronics assembly to the external pallet. Their current task is to move a lithium-ion battery to the space that was vacated from the integrated electronics assembly. That'll be slot 1.
I can see that you're well clear. Yep. And Christina, actually, if you rotate the box toward me now, I can give the inspection. Okay, there you go. I've got H2 facing you, and just let me know if you want it moved to any different place. Okay. I have a good view of the fins, and I don't see any FOD. Let me come over a little bit more. Okay, I see no FOD, I see good pins, and I see good fins as well. Everything looks clear and nominal, and a good EMI band. And Christina, I'm going to come slide a little bit further over here and get a good inspection on the IEA side. Copy. And if you can hold the box right where it is, okay? Okay, I can see the connectors, and I can see all the fins on the IEA side, and all looks nominal. Good pins, no FOD, good EMI band. I'm going to hold this gap spinner clear, Christina. Okay.
And we copy.
Ready, I'll angle it in for install.
Good inspections, ready for soft dock H2 inboard.
Copy. Okay, Christina, bring the end that's toward me down more. Okay, pitching it down. Okay, that's better. That looks like good alignment over here. Now, Christina, your end again is a little bit further down. Okay, I'll keep H2 coming down. I still see that this side is a little bit higher. There we go. There. Okay, I got a hand on it, and I think we're there now. Yep, I concur. I believe we're in soft dock.
Christina, lock out the ret leaving slack, and you'll use Jessica's PGT.
Copy. It's locked out.
Copy.
there's the PGT. Let's see that. And I did not. No, I don't have it. Okay. Got it. All right. I did not turn that light on yet, but I'll get that after we get this one when I pass by.
Copy.
We've got enough light right now. And Stephanie, I have the PGT. I have Alpha 7, clockwise 2 set.
Good PGT settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Work, and I can confirm I'm on H2. Line flush.
Copy. And confirmed H2. We concur. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
Copy. And I can apply back pressure, Christina. Okay. And it looks straight to you. I see good alignment. Copy. In work.
Astronaut Christina Koch has soft docked the battery into its position on the integrated electronics assembly in slot 1 and is now using the pistol grip tool, as you can see in the right hand side of your screen from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She is going to be installing 2 bolts to firmly attach the battery to the IEA, where it will begin powering the space station.
Okay, that was 15 and a half turns. Green light, 9.1 foot-pounds of torque. Status indicator is locked.
Copy. 9.1 torque, 15.5 turns. Green light, status indicator lock. PGT settings are the same for H1. Confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
And work. Yeah, I have tape line flush on H1. Okay, and alignment-wise, I think we're good here. Copy. I have back pressure. Perfect. Ready for turn?
Copy. Drive H1 4 to 5.5 turns.
Work. Okay, that was 5 turns. The green LED, 9.1 of torque. Status indicator is locked.
Copy. 9.1 torque, 5 turns, green light, status indicator lock. Can transfer the PGT back to Jessica and unlock your red.
Copy. I got it. Copy. I've got it. Okay. That is unlocked.
Copy. Next is to relocate the scoops from this battery to the battery in slot 2, which is just below it. Scoop orientation is 6 o'clock on both H1 and H2.
Copy. And I'll keep my red therefore on H1. And Jessica, if you can get the locking mechanism, I can't quite reach that from here on H1. Thanks, Grandpa.
And with those 2 bolts driven, the new lithium-ion battery is successfully attached to the integrated electronics assembly slot 1. Next steps will be for Christina Koch to remove the 2 scoops, or those 2 handling aids, from this battery and relocate them to battery 2, which will be the next focus.
What were you asking me to do? If you wouldn't mind unlocking the scoop on H1, and then I'll retrieve it. Unlocking it? Correct. I can't reach the lock from here. Okay, it's on your side, actually. So, you know what I mean? Want me to take the red off? No, I would like you to unlock the scoop, because I can't actually reach. Okay, I copy. Sorry. Yep, sorry. You probably thought I meant the red. I did. Okay. Actually, can you lean to your left? I'm leaning out for you. Ready for it? Yep. Great. Thank you. You're welcome. And I would take the same on H2. Okay. While I'm getting this one. Okay, it's released. You ready for it? Yep. Come. All right, Stephanie, I've got one scoop locked at 6 o'clock on H2 of battery 2.
Copy.
I am going to turn on the lights on this helmet.
Copy, Jessica.
And I have the other scoop installed on H1.
Copy, Christina. 20 seconds to 20-second handover.
Copy. Okay, Christina, the lights are on here, so hopefully they'll provide a bit more illumination. Great.
Copy.
Worksite lighting.
With those scoops being relocated, the second task for today is now complete, moving battery F, a lithium-ion battery, to slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly. We're taking your questions today with the hashtag AskNASA, and this one comes from Jennifer, who wants to know why astronauts have to depressurize before going out to the vacuum of space. The atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, and that's about the same as the inside of the International Space Station.
I think I should just do it here.
Since there's no pressure outside of the space station, it's a vacuum, we need to lower the pounds per square inch very slowly from 14.7 down to 5 pounds per square inch, where some checks are conducted while the crew is in the airlock, and then down to 0 when the hatch is ready to open and the astronauts can egress.
From here. Okay, you mean without moving it? It does have to be in the center anyway for battery 3, so might as well move it now.
Jessica, Christina, we're back with you, and PET is 2 hours, 41 minutes. We are on the timeline, and limiting consumable is EV2 MEDOX, 7 hours, 9 minutes.
Copy.
And we have a question for Christina. Christina, for the helmet light, would you like to keep it at the IEA as a beacon, or would you like to take it with you so that when you return from the EP with the adapter plate, you have it kind of as a flashlight?
I would like to keep it at the IEA.
Copy that. Thank you.
You think the illumination was good enough for you to translate, because you'll be translating by yourself back with that? Yep, I do. Okay, great.
There's one caution here. Prior to releasing the battery in slot 2, do not impart loads into microsquares once torque is broken on the associated bolt.
Copy.
Christina, relocate the APFR from WIF 29 to WIF 25 with a clocking of 12. It's 1 WIF inboard.
It didn't work.
Jessica, we can have you work to break torque on battery 2. You can retrieve the ratchet wrench attached to the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
As you can hear, the crew members are moving on to their third task today, which is to move battery 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly to the external pallet in slot F. However, at the same time, adapter plate F, which is on the external pallet, will need to be moved to slot 2. So both of these are switching places, and each crew member has a specific job during this task.
That will be both H1 and H2?
That's affirmed.
First up, Christina Cook is using the ratchet wrench to break torque on battery 2, making a couple of small turns on the 2 bolts that have it attached to the International Space Station.
We'd like you to actuate H1 first.
Copy. And Christina, as you can see, I'm right here by the ingress aid, so okay, thank you.
Jessica, for H1, confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
Line is flush.
Copy. Brake torque less than 1 turn.
Copy. Torque broken on H1.
Copy.
Quarter turn.
Copy. Quarter turn. Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Copy. Line is flush.
Copy. Brake torque on H2 less than 1 turn.
And a quarter turn on H2.
Copy. You can stow the ratchet wrench to the crew lock bag.
Stephanie, I have the APFR installed in lift 25 with a clocking of 12. It's full twist test, black on black, and the wire ties are still folded under the boot plate.
Copy. And double check the pitch knob popped out.
And I did not have to adjust it, and it is still popped out.
Copy that. And then the rest of the settings just to confirm Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12.
We've got Quebec, Quebec. Move it over to Delta and still have 12.
Copy. That's a good APFR setting. You can ingress the APFR, checking the gap spanner clear at this time or just prior to install or release.
I think what I'm going to do, Stephanie, if you guys are okay with it, I'm going to try to use one of the free adjustables that's inside the crew lock bag that has the scoops on it, and then get it on the light as well so that you can put the light in. Right now it's just kind of flying all over the place, so it's not very directional in terms of where the light's pointed. If I can get a second red on it, then we might be in a better position there.
Jessica, we copy. Sounds good.
And I am ingress.
Copy.
Others are, and, yep, sorry. There's an ingress. Jessica will clear the gap spanner, and I see serial number 0106.
Copy all, and copy serial number 0106. Attach a ret to the H2 scoop, locking it out with slack.
And that's complete.
Once Jessica's complete with the helmet light, she can pass you the PGT.
Copy. Actually, I don't know if that's going to help. I'll get you the PGT. Good news, I think I will be able to get H1 from this APFR location.
Copy.
This is a view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. And you can see Christina Koch at the top of your screen receiving the PGT, the pistol grip tool. Christina Koch has her footing in the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, and she will begin to use the PGT to release 2 bolts, removing the battery number 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
Tape line flush on H1.
Release H1 about 8 turns.
I see good alignment. Thank you. Okay, that was 7 turns. It started skipping at 5. I see status indicator is unlock.
Copy 7 turns with skipping at 5, status indicator unlock. PGT settings are the same on H2, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, that is set.
Confirm tape line flush on the H2 scoop.
Line is flush on H2.
Release H2 about 19 turns.
And work. And H2 is released, 18 turns, and then Jessica, I'll take a finger on it while I remove it. And I see status indicators and unlock. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. I'm going to hand the PGT back to you. And I can unlock my rest.
And we copy 18 turns for H2, status indicator unlock.
I've got the PGT. Copy. And Jessica has the PGT, and my red is unlocked.
Jessica, once you're in position to receive the battery, checking your local tether not on the outboard gap spanner. Christina, you can remove the battery and hand off H1 to Jessica.
Copy. And Jessica, I know you'll need the position, so I'll just go ahead and take it out and get ready for that. Okay, copy. I'll translate over now. Copy. And I'm seeing good clearance with the gap spanner.
The lithium-ion battery that was just removed is going to be taken to the external pallet and stored in slot
Okay, copy.
F. However, before it can be stored, the adapter plate has to be removed from slot F. So the battery won't be stored right away. The next thing we will see is the removal of the adapter plate once the astronauts arrive at the external pallet.
Accurately getting the fins away from structure. Copy.
All right, so I've got it in a position where I would ideally hand it to you. I'm going to check. It's a little different because of the APFR being rolled outboard. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to come further outboard. Yep. I think you're going to have to egress to the outboard side. Okay, right, because of how close you have to check in. That makes sense. Okay, I'm coming up for it. Copy. Okay, I have it. I have the battery. You have the battery. I am egressing to the outboard side. Okay, copy. And then I'll bias myself above the APFR so that the red doesn't get stuck on it. And I'll just move right down to the base of the APFR. Okay, and actually, if you would like, I can start to bias it out, like, away from structure to APFR. And actually, if you take it for a second, I can move further away. Okay, yep. Okay, do you have it? I have control, yep. Okay, you have control. Yeah, good idea. This is a good mini handoff. I'm going to come back a little bit more. Okay, I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery? I have the battery. I do see the rat going under the APFR, which I think is exactly what you need. Yep, perfect. Agreed. I have the battery. You have the battery. Hey, Christina, I have the battery. You have the battery. I have the battery.
have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Okay, I have the battery. Do you have the battery? I have the battery.
Coming up at 3 hours into today's planned 6.5-hour spacewalk, the astronauts have completed their first 2 tasks and are now working on their third. They first removed battery 1, a nickel hydrogen battery, from its place on the integrated electronics assembly and moved that down to external pallet in slot Z.
Okay.
They, after that, moved battery F, a lithium-ion battery, from the external pallet to slot 1, where battery 1 had just been located. The astronauts are currently moving battery 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet in slot F. However, before they can attach it to the external pallet, they'll need to remove the adapter plate from the slot F. Adapter plate F will subsequently be moved to slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly aboard the International Space Station.
All right, Christina, we made it. Okay, so I think that we'll do what we did last time. I will get a little bit closer. Yep. And then I'll let you hold it. I'll let you get closer, and then before you get into position to hold it for me. Copy. We'll do one more mini handoff? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay, I have the battery. You have the battery? I have the battery. Okay. And I'll try to bias just one more hand rolling to make sure I can hand it to you. Okay, you have the battery. Can you actually take a peek? Can you see my DRT tab? I had a little snag there and I pulled off of it, so I just want to make sure that the tab's still up. It is. Okay. Okay. Check. Okay, you've got the battery. I have the battery. You can cinch it more toward you. Okay. You're probably good there. Okay.
Christina, we have verified the SSRMS brakes are on. You can verify APFR roll and yaw of Golf 3. And if needed, you had asked about your reach.
Golf 3.
Copy. And if needed, you can just GCA the EP if you need, if you need it to be closer.
Okay, copy that.
And that's the roll pedal, so you know you're in a roll of foxtrot now. Okay. That was, and you're back to golf. Nice. You fixed it. Okay. And firstly, you're now in roll of hotel, so that one probably will need to be adjusted. I think, yeah, golf and foxtrot are probably good. And that's foxtrot, so if you want golf, it's one click back. There you go. And let me make sure that's clicked in. Yep, I see golf. Okay.
Station Houston on 3, go ahead.
We are 30 seconds, so 20-second handover.
As we approach a handover of satellites, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is finding her footing in the articulating portable foot restraint, getting ready to move battery 2 into the adapter plate F spot once the adapter plate is removed. Today is another special day for NASA astronaut Christina Koch, who is no stranger to records. She recently reached her 300th day in space on her first mission. Today she passes NASA astronaut Joe Acaba and moves into 8th place on the all-time U.S. astronaut list.
Okay, now I got the...
Today's spacewalkers, Koch and Meir, also made history last October when they became the first 2 women to venture outside the hatch on a spacewalk.
I see what you were saying about the ingress aid interfering with the, yeah, it seems to be a little bit taller, you're right. Stephanie, are we back with you?
We are back with you.
And your feet are on top of the, choke. My right fin, right. That left is, nice, all the way in. Up. Okay, and I don't know that it's clicked all the way outward, your heel outward. Yep, there we go. I think it's good now. Awesome. Yeah, for you. Okay. Let me just get ingress aid in the right position. Okay, if you can push it up a bit more. Yep. Okay, I've got the battery. You have the battery,
And Jessica, Christina, at this point,
okay, you have it. It's so read it to me.
Yes, and at this point, or at a convenient point, we recommend doing a RET swap onto Jessica's BRT RET.
Copy. And we have a very beautiful view. I know you can't really see it right now. Sun is shining on you. It looks really nice. I can take your battery back if you need me. I think I'm okay. I'll let you know. Copy. Just pull it in towards you. Okay, I've got a rat on the tether point. You can release yours, okay? And do that now. Okay, I've released my rat. Okay, I see that. Okay, Stephanie, I have battery on my BRT. Both tabs are out.
Copy that. Nice transfer. At this time, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
Okay, EV1, glove, no change from last. Gauntlets are down and hap is dry. For EV2, I also have no changes on my glove. Hap is dry, gauntlets are down.
We copy all. For the checks, PETs 3 hours 11 minutes. Limiting consumable EV2 MEDX 7 hours 7 minutes, and you're on the timeline. With the work on the EP, the previous reminders apply, and there's one new one. When braking torque, apply less than 55 pounds force.
Copy.
With that, Christina, you can translate onto the EP.
Hey, Christina, I've got the... Copy. And Jessica, you'll fill me on the APFR. Okay, and were you going to say something else? Yeah, I just want to make sure you have eyes on the battery so it's out of your way, and if you think it needs to go further back to be out of both of our way. I copy the question, and I think it's clear of me. I'm on the EP now, and I'm going to, if your ingress is a little tough, just to give you that additional clearance between us and the battery and EP. Okay, I see that. I'm going to go outboard so that you can bring it back around and get it into kind of soft dock position. But we need to get the adapter plate off first, right? So it's on your BRT now? It is. Okay, yep. And yeah, it looks like there's nothing that's going to interfere behind you. So yeah, I think it looks great. Now the only thing is I'm going to have to pass you the adapter plate. So maybe I'll do this more. And that's perfect. The pins are away from you, from the A-frame pin. And so I would just block out that BRT really tightly, obviously. Okay, I think it is all the way tight now.
And Jessica, as you're translating onto the EP, you can...
Stephanie, I'm translating to the smaller U-bag.
Excellent, and you can retrieve the ratchet wrench for the hex driver.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Christina Koch are on the timeline today as they proceed with their third task of today's spacewalk, now approaching 3 hours and 14 minutes. The astronauts are now at the external pallet and are getting ready to release the adapter plate F. Once they do so, they will then dock battery 2 into the place that the adapter plate was just located, and they'll move the adapter plate down to the integrated electronics facility and dock it into slot 2. The space station is currently flying 265 statute miles over the south of Mozambique.
We are braking torque first on H1.
Would you like to hand it to me, Jessica? And I can, hold on, because it's stretching behind you. Go outboard a little bit. Yeah, so the H1's going to be the one on your, a little bit further inboard, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I was moving that way, yeah.
Okay. Let me hand it to you first so that it doesn't wrap around you.
I see.
Just gonna, you want me to just let it go back to bag? Oh yeah, it's behind you now. That's exactly what I was.
Okay, I'm ready to receive it, so.
Okay. There you go. Got it? Yep, got it.
Okay, I have the ratchet wrench installed on H1 with one line flush.
Copy, one line flush on H1, brake torque, 1 turn max.
Torque is broken on H1, quarter turn.
Copy, quarter turn, confirm 1 line flush on H2.
One line flush on H2.
Copy, brake torque on H2, 1 turn max.
Okay, torque is broken on H2, quarter turn.
Copy, quarter turn. I can stow the ratchet wrench to the ORU bag, and Christina, you can retrieve the PGT with the hex driver.
Okay, Jessica. The PGT with the hex driver for you. Okay, nice job. Okay, I've got it. All right, great. Stephanie, I have passed the PGT with the United text to Jessica.
Copy. PGT settings alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, and I turned this one on for the first time, so I had a good cow and a good LED test, battery 40.1.
Copy all.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir just used a ratchet wrench to break torque on 2 of the bolts that will need to be removed to release that adapter plate.
PGT settings. Confirm 1 line flush on H1.
Okay, copy. So, Christina, right now I'm going to have to lean way in, as you can see. And the only worry there is that the battery, you're in between me and the battery.
Okay.
Yep. I actually think I might need Drew to translate to move the EP closer to me. Let's see. I'll try first to lean in and see how close I can get.
Okay, copy. To get out of your way is I could go inboard and then I can apply positive pressure to the back of the PGT. So those are the 2 options. Or I could just get out of your way, you know.
Right now, let's see. Maybe it'll be faster if you just go a little bit outward. I'll see if I can reach, and then we can reassess.
Okay.
And you can help keep a hand on that battery from coming in.
Yep, I've got that on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to reach that.
Okay.
So Either you can translate around if you think you can reach it, but of course, we're going to do the second one. It's going to be just me, so I guess we're going to need to get it closer. Okay, concur. Okay. So, Drew.
I'm with you.
I'm going to need you to bring the EP closer to me. I would say let's start with 20 centimeters, and then we can evaluate.
Okay, bring the EP 20 centimeters closer to you. Stand by where I get in mode.
NASA astronaut Drew Morgan is bringing the external pallet closer to Jessica Meir and Christina Koch.
Okay, I see that. It looks good, and it's still clear behind you.
He's currently inside the International Space Station and commanding the Canadarm2.
Copy.
Once the external pallet is in position,
toward you. Starting motion.
Jessica Meir will use the pistol grip tool, as you can see on the right side of your screen, to release 2 bolts and eventually remove the adapter plate.
I see good motion. Continue.
Continuing.
No clearance for the battery. Good.
Okay, ramping out. That was about 25 centimeters.
Okay, copy. That's a good position. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. You're on. Go for ops.
Copy. Brakes on. Okay, Stephanie, I have one line flush in H1.
Copy. Release H1, about 8 turns.
Okay, copy. Mark. Okay, and that was 7 turns, and I'm skipping.
Copy. 7 turns and skipping. Now Christina translates onto P6 structure, and then you two will assess the reach of her BRT ret to the adapter plate handrail tether point.
Jessica, and do you feel good about that? Are you ready for me to go ahead and translate to structure? Anything else? Yes, I am ready. Okay. And then as we discussed, I can hand you my ret now so that you can put it on the adapter plate. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Okay? I'll do that when I'm a little bit lower on structure here and in a better place to hand it to you. This is going on the tether point on the handle we just said, correct? Yes.
I concur.
And the battery is just behind you, Christina. Jessica, here's my BRT ret. Okay? Okay, and actually, I think that the handle is caught again here, so I'm
Is that free now? Move your left arm and I'll be able to see. So if you bend your knees and then it can come over the round thing. If you kind of, it's in between the joint on the T-bar. That's its favorite place to get caught. Now if you move your entire body inboard, and then so it's between that joint and yep, there you go. And now it's still a little bit, so now definitely bend your knees and you'll kind of get away from it. Kind of caught in there. Okay, and now come towards me because that did actually change. Your BRT tab is now in the down position. Come to me and I'm going to fix that. Okay, copy. And the jaws. Okay, your BRT tab is now up. Okay, give that a good pull test. And I got a good pull test, and I can confirm that the adjustable that connected is also in a good config. Okay, copy. You know what? You probably can reach that telephone right now, too. Nice. I definitely don't see a issue with the distance on that. Okay, copy. One sec. I'm going to come down on your ACFR. Okay. And then here's where I need to confirm my safety tether is in front of me, and it is. Okay, Stephanie, Christina is back on structure. Are you ready for me to release H2? You have the RET on.
Copy, the RET's in place, and is it locked out with Slack?
Not yet. Good reminder. Okay, it's locked out with Snap. Slack.
Copy. We're ready for H2 now. Same PGT settings, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2. And confirm one line flush on H2.
Okay, Alpha 7 counter 2 is set.
Copy, good settings.
I have one line flush.
Copy, release H2 about 19 turns.
Copy, in work.
Approaching 3.5 hours into today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, whose helmet camera you can see here, is working to release the second bolt that has the adapter plate attached to the external pallet.
Stephanie, the PC switched off.
Copy.
Going back to a cow.
Copy.
Once this adapter plate is released, battery number 2, which was just removed prior to this, will be docked in its place on the external pallet, and it will later be disposed.
LED test battery 39.47.
Copy, good tell, and good to LED test.
I'm back. I'm back in counter 2.
Copy, counter 2 as well.
One line is flush, and I'm starting turn.
Copy.
Okay, yes, Stephanie, that was 23 turns, and it is skipping now. I believe it is all the way released.
Copy 23 turns with skipping. You can stow the ORU bag. I'm sorry, stow the PGT to the ORU bag.
Once the adapter plate is removed, the astronauts will stow it on their body restraint tether.
The adapter plate and transfer it to Christina. And
am I go to release the lock on my ret?
Yes.
This one. Have the adapter plate removed.
Copy.
Hey, and I have my BRT. Can you see my BRT zone? I do. I'll try to direct it right toward it. All right. Good alignment. Wait, a little up. And straight down.
And Jessica, Christina, for the inspection of the adapter plate, since you're both together, do you think it would go better if we perform that here?
Sure, affirmative. Once I let go, I think I can have a good view of the bottom side, Christina. Okay, let me verify my paddles are out. Let's see. The paddles are out. Okay, I'm going to swing it down. Okay. I'm going to kind of swing it forward and then back. So it's going to start the needle forward of me. And then I'll move it back. So for the inspection, maybe I can turn it like this. How's that? Into those connectors? That's good. I see the connectors. Yep, I see no FOD. I see the plate is clear. It's a bit dark right now down there, so I can verify the plate is clear. Okay, just if you got the connectors, then that'll be good. I believe. Can you bring it up a little bit? Sure. I see no FOD. I see a good EMI band. And I don't see pins on this side. I think that those just sockets. I think there are some pins in there. I cannot see the pins from this angle. Okay.
We copy no FOD and good EMI band. We're checking on the pins.
And how about that, Jessica? Yeah, the more open. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit too far away from me to see down there because it's completely dark. No, the connectors are not illuminated at all. Okay. I'm going to try to point my light down a little more. Okay, that works. I see good pins. I see no FOD. Good EMI band on the connectors.
Nice work. And we copy the checks. Thank you.
And Christina, I assume that when you did check my BRT tab, you also checked the mini workstation tab? Yes.
The one on that side, but the interference didn't actually come into contact with those, but I did check them.
Okay, great.
The one on, like I said, on your left side.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, when you're both happy, Christina, you can start translating to the IAA, and Jessica, we can work to install the battery that's on your BRT.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and I copy as well. I'm going to move outboard a little bit to give Jessica space to maneuver the battery, and then I'll make sure that the adapter plate is good for my translation.
Copy, Christina. And Jessica, you'll position the battery having H2 in your left hand, which we see you doing. And you can work the soft docket when you're ready.
Copy.
With the adapter plate on their body restraint tethers, the astronauts are now moving into putting battery 2 in the place where they just removed that adapter plate. Meir will soft dock it into the vacant space and then use the PGT, the pistol grip tool, to drive one bolt and secure it to the external pallet.
All right, Jessica.
And Stephanie, sound good to you?
Say again, please.
Yes, the plate is in a good condition. Just she doesn't need me anymore, so I was going to head outboard.
Christina, you're coming in a bit garbled, but I think you said if Jessica does not need you anymore, you can translate outboard, and we're ready for that.
Calm now. I have. Okay, copy.
You're still garbled
A few minutes. Ready to ground issue. Yeah. Okay, do you want to? Okay, and Stephanie, how's the contact with me? I have Christina loud and clear.
And Jessica, we copy you loud and clear, and copy that you have comm with Christina loud and clear. We are 30 seconds from a 20-second handover.
Okay, copy, Stephanie, and the battery is in.
The APFR, and over now. I think so.
We're still taking your Ask NASA questions, so if you're on Twitter, just tweet us with that hashtag and we will try to answer that live on air. This one is from Christine, who asks if the spacewalk to finish work on the alpha magnetic spectrometer has been scheduled. Yes, it has, and you can expect to watch that live on January 25th, a Saturday, coming up in just a couple of weeks.
I believe you said you had the battery soft dock. Double check the right is locked out with Slack.
This will be the final alpha magnetic spectrometer spacewalk following 3 late last year.
Copy. I'll have PGT settings for the PGT with the 6-inch when you're ready.
Before that alpha magnetic spectrometer, however, we have one more spacewalk to work on the batteries on the space station, and you can watch that next Monday, January 20th.
And ready for steps. I have not ingressed yet.
Copy that. There's a double check that the gap spanner is clear of slot 2 and that you have good reach to the PGT with the hex driver.
Okay, I have good reach to the PGT with the hex driver, and I'm getting the gap spanner clear now.
Copy.
It is clear.
Copy. With those two, you can ingress, Christina.
Copy. And Stephanie, I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set on the PGT.
Those are good settings. Confirm tape line flush on the H2 scoop.
Stand by. It looks like the PGT turned off again, so I am going to give it another tap.
Copy.
Cal, good LED test, 38.3 volts.
Copy.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set again.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush on the H2 scoop.
Okay, tape line is flush.
Copy. Drive H2, 16 to 17 turns.
Work. Okay, Stephanie, I have 18 turns, big green light, and 9.0 torque.
Copy. 9.0 torque, 18 turns, green light on H2. Check status indicator lock.
I see status indicator is locked.
Copy. Can stow your PGT and unlock the red.
It works.
And with that, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has completed the installation of Battery 2 to the slot
The connectors on
that just held the adapter plate F on the external pallet.
to grab my night light.
And we copy.
I've retrieved my BRT ret from the battery, and I believe my next step is to retrieve the scoop.
That's affirmative.
In work.
Christina, do you think you'll be able to use the helmet light as a night light or a work area light?
Unfortunately, it's a little bit out of my reach, but I was able to confirm that we have a clear tint, no fog, nothing bent, good EMI band, and believe it or not, I used the lights on the PG during the LED test, which it passed.
Wow, that's very resourceful and innovative. We are impressed. Also, double check your ingress aid is stowed and tethers are clear.
Hey, Stephanie, I have both scoops on my mini workstation, so I'm ready to egress and then start making my way over back to Christina.
You can egress, and then we have you do a double check on the tools on the EP for the arm maneuver. So we'll have you secure the PGT either with an adjustable or bundle it to the ORU bag, and then make sure the ORU bag is closed with a ratchet wrench inside.
Okay, copy, in work. Hey, Stephanie, I have the doctor plate in front of me on my BRT, and I'm ready to soft dock it.
Copy, we're ready as well.
And I will lock out my BRT rep to it with slack before doing so, before driving.
Copy.
This view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera as she wraps up the work she's conducting with Battery 2, now on the external pallet on the International Space Station. Meanwhile, Christina Koch is preparing to soft dock the adapter plate to the integrated electronics assembly. She'll then use the pistol grip tool to turn 2 bolts, further attaching it to the IEA in the same spot that Battery 2 just left.
Okay, I have the adapter plate and soft dock.
Copy, and as you mentioned, you can lock out the RET with slack and then retrieve the PGT with a hex driver.
Hey, Stephanie, and took me a minute here to get just out of my reach, but I managed to get the ORU bag. So I need to stow the ratchet wrench inside and then put the adjustable, just really anywhere I can use a tether point for a battery for the PGT.
That's affirmed.
Okay. Okay, Stephanie and Christina here. I do have enough light to see settings on the PGT, so I'll take settings when you're ready.
PGT settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy and work. I have Alpha 7, clockwise 2 set.
Good settings. Confirm one line flush on H2.
Copy. One line flush on H2.
Copy. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
Stephanie, that bag is cleaned up. I've got the adjustable from the PGT down, and everything else is inside the bag. The GoPro is still outside the bag, though, but I believe that's okay.
And we copy. Nice work. Thank you. Additional preps for the EP translation. You will translate off of the EP to the EP APFR, and then check that ingress aid is stowed towards the boot plate, and then check all tethers clear.
Okay, copy. Stephanie, I have 16 turns. I have a green LED, and I see 9.1 foot-pounds of torque on H2.
Copy. 9.1 torque, 16 turns, green light on H2. Same PGT settings for H1, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
See, that's still set.
Confirm 2 lines visible, 1 line flush on H1.
Mark. And Stephanie, do I need to fold the ingress aid all the way flush against the boot plate, or can I just have it tilted back, station off?
Just having it back so that there's clearance for the arm is good.
Okay, yep, it is definitely clear of the arm. Now it's at about 45 degrees.
Copy.
Stephanie, I have 2 lines visible, 1 line flush on H1.
Copy. Drive H1 4.5 to 5.5 turns. Jessica, with those additional checks, once you are 5 feet clear of the EP, you can give Drew a go for the maneuver.
Okay, copy. Stand by. Stephanie, I have 5 turns, a green light, 9.0 torque.
Copy. 9.0 torque, 5 turns, green light on H1. You can unlock and release the red.
Copy. And I'm going to also stow the PG.
We like that plan.
and Drew, I am clear of the EP.
Okay, copy. Jessica, understand that you, Christina, all tethers, tools, and ingress aid are clear of the EP. And with your go, I will maneuver to the published EPE position.
Have my go.
Copy, go. When you come back, it'll be waiting for you.
Thank you.
NASA astronaut Drew Morgan, who is inside the space station, is now commanding the Canadarm2 to relocate the external pallet for the next position the astronauts will need it in.
I have the CCT stowed back on the H2 battery 4, and I have unlocked my RET and the adapter plate.
Christina, we copy, and copy the PGT is stowed on H2 battery 4. You could also tend it back to the crew lock bag. And then next would be adapter plate work.
Okay, copy. So I believe that I am good to remove my RET from the battery, or excuse me, from the adapter plate handrail tether.
And that's correct. You can unlock and release your RET from the adapter plate.
Stephanie, I'm at battery 3, and this is where I'm placing these scoops, correct?
That's correct. Both scoops are at 6 o'clock on H1 and H2.
Okay, copy. In work. Stephanie, my RET is retrieved, and I'm ready for next step.
Next is adapter plate work. You can either egress the APFR to release the TA clamps and then demate the AP connector, or if you feel you can reach that from the APFR, whatever is your preference.
Okay, assessing. And one question for you, Stephanie, for these scoops on battery 3. I'm remaining redded to one of them, is that correct? If so, could you remind me which one?
Copy your question, Jessica. We're checking.
As NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continues to work on installing the scoops on battery 3, which will be the next battery the astronauts work with, Christina Koch will continue work with the adapter plate. She's completed driving the bolts to install the plate to the external pallet. The integrated electronics assembly. Next, she'll have to release 3 clamps and then demate one of the adapter plate connectors. Koch will eventually remate that connector to the adjacent lithium-ion battery.
Jessica, to answer your question, one approach would be to RET to the tether point as you are holding the battery for the repositioning. But if you'd like to keep a RET on a scoop, you can keep your RET to the H2 scoop.
Okay, copy. I'll just keep one there. Actually, I think I will probably switch it over to the tether point, since I think that will give us a little bit bias playing toward either side.
And we copy.
And Stephanie, for Christina, I have released the 3 TA clamps, and I'm in position to release the connector.
Copy.
And do I understand I have a go for that?
Yes, we're ready for you to demate the adapter plate connector.
At 4 hours into today's spacewalk, the spacewalkers are rounding out the third task, installing battery 2 to external pallet F and installing adapter plate F to slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly.
From the battery in slot 1.
The first task the astronauts completed today was removing battery 1, a nickel-hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly to place it in the external pallet Z.
Stephanie, I have both scoops on 6 o'clock on battery 3, and I have a ret from the ret tether point. Oh, actually, I don't.
Task 2 today was to move battery F, a lithium-ion battery on the external pallet, to slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss of the space station.
That work. Kulak bag fooled me, so I will just scoops on battery 3 now.
And we copy.
Jessica Meir confirms that the scoops, the handling aids, are now installed on battery 3. That's the next battery the astronauts will be working on, and there will be one more that they move afterward.
Okay, I have routed to and removed the cap on J4 on battery in slot 1.
Copy. Then as you work to position the adapter plate cable for mating, if you need to, you can place one twist in it prior to mating so that it folds away from the adapter plate interface.
Job, that looks like a good mate. I concur. Stephanie, I have made a T4 to J4. There's no 5, no bent pins, good EMI band, and we are mated over center.
Copy. Nice work. You can install the battery cap onto the adapter plate, the location from where you took the cable.
Copy. And copy that. Just like we talked about with the twist in this, just like with the gap spanner, we'll probably have you tend as we install. Okay, sounds good. Wasn't a perfect solution there.
And speaking of the gap spanner, do you show it inboard and away from the work site, or you feel it's loose enough you can move it as you need it?
It's loose enough to move as required.
Copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie, now both scoops are on battery 3 at 6 o'clock, and I am ready to H2. The scoop on H2.
Copy that. Thank you. And Jessica, with that, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay, copy. I have some eraser mark on the left thumb, on the tip, and right glove has a few eraser marks on the fingertip. Otherwise unchanged. Gauntlets are in place, and hap is strapped.
Copy. And Christina, when you're complete installing that connector cap, I'll take the same checks from you when convenient.
Copy. And the connector cap is installed, fully turned to locked, and I have retrieved my red. Stand by for both checks.
Copy.
And Stephanie, is my next step to ingress?
And Christina, first we'll have you check the APFR and yes, and change the roll on the APFR, then ingress.
Please. So you'd like to roll back up to Foxtrot? Actually, it's a good time for glove and hap, so let me get that done for you. And I see no changes on my glove. And one modification to that, there is a little patch of new RTV coming up on my left index finger. It's small. My hap, gauntlets are down.
Copy checks EV2. Thank you. PET is 4 hours, 10 minutes. You're on the timeline or about 5 minutes ahead, and limiting consumable is 7 hours, 16 minutes for EV2 Maddox.
Yeah.
Yes, Christina.
Christina, the one thing that Go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, I was just going to answer Christina's question. She wanted to double check we needed roll to Foxtrot for the APFR, and that's affirmed.
I have a roll of Foxtrot.
Copy, you can.
Christina, think the one thing that we're going to have to move is that adjustable that's holding down the PGT. Okay, yes. We can just have it maybe send back to the crew lock bag. So I'll go ahead and do that now while you're ingressing. Copy. That'd be great.
At 4 hours and 11 minutes in today's spacewalk, the astronauts have completed their first 3 tasks. The first being move battery 1, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet, and then move battery F, a lithium ion battery, from the external pallet to the slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly. The astronauts just completed moving battery 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet while removing adapter plate F from the external pallet and to battery 2's former slot on the integrated electronics assembly. Coming up next, the astronauts will move battery 3 to the adapter plate F slot 2. Adapter plate F slot 2 is what NASA astronaut Christina Koch just completed installing.
Christina, once you have a good look in your in, let me know if you want me to move one of these, the outboard integral that's holding the crew lock bag there. I don't think it's going to be in your way, but let me know if you want us to move it. Okay, copy. Thank you. And we will need to break torque on this one too first, right? Denise?
That's affirmed.
And I am ingress.
Copy, Christina. Check tethers clear and check the ingress aid stowed.
The ingress aid is stowed. My tethers are clear, and I see serial number 0101.
Copy 0101. And Jessica, I believe you already reported you have a ret to the battery tether point. And is it locked out?
And Christina, the ratchet is not yet locked out. I'll get that in work. Thank you.
Copy.
And sorry, just to confirm, her red is going to the H2. Is that supposed to get configured?
So understand the red is to the H2 scoop, is that correct? And if you two feel it'll work, that works.
I think so, right? Because we're going to have to rotate this battery 180. Yep, I agree. I think it'll work. Okay, yep.
And we use the ratchet wrench with the 6-inch, yes, to break the torque. First on H1.
Okay, I have the ratchet with the 6-inch installed in H1, tape line flush, ready to put in less than one turn.
You have a go.
And first person on H1, quarter turn.
Copy quarter turn, confirm tape line flush on H2.
Line flush on H2.
Brake torque less than one turn.
Broken on H2, quarter turn.
Copy quarter turn H2. Transfer the ratchet wrench for it to be eventually stowed back to the crew lock bag.
Okay, complete.
And you can receive the PGT with the 6-inch.
Okay. Thank you.
After breaking torque on battery 3, NASA astronaut Christina Koch is transferring the ratchet wrench to Jessica Meir and trading off for the pistol grip tool. She will remove 2 bolts to help release battery 3 from its current spot on the integrated electronics assembly.
Okay, and it looks like it is in line.
And settings were Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2?
Affirmative. You can see that now. And actually, can you see your left a little? Your left with the PGT? Yes, I am not centered now. Okay. Stephanie, you go for turns?
Release H1 about 8 turns.
Okay, and just so you said, does that look okay now? It does. Okay, copy. Look. Let's try that again. I'm baseline flush. Even. Okay, 6 turns. Started at 5, and I see status indicator is unlock.
Copy 6 turns, skipping at 5, status indicator unlock on H1. Same PGT settings on H2, Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Okay, I see Alpha 7 counter 2.
Good settings.
Line flush on H2. Have that back pressure if you like. Great.
Release H2 about 19 turns. $20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
See it jacking. Great.
Another short handover period between satellites as NASA astronaut Christina Koch works to remove battery 3 from the integrated electronics assembly. She's using the pistol grip tool to remove the second of 2 bolts. Once that battery is removed, the adapter plate F will be installed in its place.
That helps. Okay. When they're slack, it's so snaggerific. And Stephanie, do we have you back?
We are back.
Okay, I had 18 turns for the release of H2, and I see status indicator unlock.
Copy 18 turns on H2, status indicator unlock. You can transfer the PGT back to Jessica. Jessica, you can unlock the RET, and Christina, you can remove the battery from soft dock.
Copy. And Jessica, are you in a good position for me to lift this out? I am. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and release it from soft dock. And let me know what it's contacting is. There you go on the handrail. There you go. Great, thanks. It is released. Okay, so I think now I'm going to get into a good position to hold on to it for you while you roll. Sounds great. And I think I'm going to get a DRT down here. Okay, perfect.
And as you're transferring the battery, at this point or at some point later, it can be rotated to have H2 inboard for the reinstall.
See? Okay, Christina. Okay. So I think this will work great, because if I hand you H1 as it is now, I'll roll, and then when you hand it to me, you can just swing H1 kind of down and around, and I'll grab it in my right hand. Okay? Okay? Did you get your BRT down? I did. My BRT is down, yeah. Okay, great. So you want me to grab H1 or H2? Sorry, H2, and then we'll swing H1 around to me. I'm not sure what I said. Sorry about that. Okay. What do you think of that plan? So let's hand it off kind of like we are now, and then when you handed it to me, you kind of swing this. I think that's going to work. Okay, great. All right, if you are comfortable and have it, I'll go ahead and do my roll. Okay, I have control of the battery. Happy you have the battery. And I do a little clearance on that, like we talked about. Okay, this feels like a good position. Okay, and I'll lean back for you to do the swinging, and I do see that I'm going to get the gap spanner down. Yeah.
So could check on the gap spanner and also check ingress aid stowed.
See, and work. Ingress aid is stowed.
Copy. Then, Christina, you can receive the battery.
Hey, Jessica, I have the battery. Hey, copy, you have the battery. I'm letting go. And here's where I'll get it over the gap spanner, and then if you were doing, you'll hold it up, and let me, I know that I'm interfering with you right now moving, so stand by one, and I'll get this out of your way. Okay. Okay, and you need to lift up so I can clear the gap spanner and the cable. Copy. Okay, those are great. Okay, now you need to go to your right. Copy. A little bit more, and so the edge of the box toward me is canted further down. Okay. That looks better. Copy.
At 4 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk, the astronauts are working to move Battery 3 from its spot on the Integrated Electronics Assembly to Adapter Plate F in Slot 2 of the Integrated Electronics Assembly. This is a nickel-hydrogen battery, so it won't be used once these lithium-ion batteries are installed. However, the adapter plate will allow it to stay alive in case it's needed for extra backup power.
I'm pulling slack if you want to lock it out, Jessica. Slack.
And we need Jessica's PGT with the 6-inch.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Stephanie, I have Alpha.
Jessica, we dropped out. I heard you say Alpha.
Okay, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, and yes, thank you, Christina. Those are good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Tape line's flush. And Jessica, I do not have the alignment, so I'll take that from you. Okay, stand by. Let me get into a better position. Okay. Okay, alignment, copy.
Drive H2, 16 to 17 turns.
Copy and work. I see it jacking. See? I see the indicators almost in lock. And that was 18 turns. Let me hit it again because I hit the trigger on accident, and I think it was a good torque value originally. So if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and hit it one more time and get that good green light and a good torque.
We concur.
Okay, I have 9.0 torque and a green LED. And that was, it didn't turn anymore, it just...
Copy 18 turns, 9.0 torque, green light on H2. Check status indicator lock.
It is locked.
Copy same settings on H1, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
The settings are made, and I have tape line flush.
Copy, drive H1, 4 to 5.5 turns.
All right. Nice, good alignment. Copy. Okay, H1 was driven 5 turns, green LED, 9.2 foot-pounds of torque.
Copy 9.2 torque, 5 turns, green light on H1. Check status indicator lock.
It is locked.
Copy, can transfer PGT back to Jessica and unlock and release the red.
Copy. Okay, that red is unlocked. Copy. I can release it for you. Okay, I've got the PGT. Okay. And when you're ready, I'll zing your red back to you. Okay.
With those 2 bolts driven, battery 3 is now installed on the adapter plate F. Next up, Jessica Meir will be releasing battery E on the external pallet.
Copy, Jessica. You can translate back to the EP APFR, and Christina, you can egress the APFR and then move the roll back to Fox.
Copy. Are we leaving those scoops there for now, or?
We have one scoop relocation for Christina, removing it from the H1 from the battery in slot 2 to the PFCS H4 at 6 o'clock.
From H1 in battery 2 to the PFCS H4, 6 o'clock.
Good readback.
Copy. And Stephanie, if you want it right now, I am in a very good position to inspect the IEA for the battery 3 pit flat. I believe we're installing the next battery.
Okay, we'll take it now.
And I see good fins, I see no FOD, and I see good pins, and I see a good EMI band.
And we copy. Thank you.
Nicer to do this translation without shepherding, Christina.
Jessica, while translating, check your feet for tethers.
Copy. I see Christina's. Stephanie, I have the scoop relocated from battery 2, H1 to PSCS H4, and it is locked.
Copy. Nice work, Christina. And you can translate near the EP to be ready for a battery handoff.
Copy. I'm going to come back up here, Christina. See, I'm underneath your tether. Okay, here, let me get eyes on that, and I can see. I think if I translate back up this way, it's going to come off my back. Okay, I can actually get it if you would like. We head down that way. Can you see it right now? Yep, I sure can. Okay, I'm in a good spot to get my balloon. I'm going to pull down.
Four hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, and this is a view from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, who will soon begin releasing battery E currently on the external pallet. She'll use the pistol grip tool to release one bolt. Then she and Christina Koch will move it to its new spot on slot 3 in the integrated electronics assembly.
Okay, you're good. It was caught on the back of your PGT. That's why all your usual tricks to clear it. Okay, copy. Yeah, good job. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Jessica, we can confirm the brakes are on. You have a go to ingress.
Okay, copy. Doing work.
Jessica Meir is now ingressing the articulating portable foot restraint with a beautiful view as the International Space Station soars 270 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean.
And I am at the base of Jessica's APFR. And will I be translating it onto the EP for this one?
Copy, Christina, and it's not required.
Jessica, what would you prefer? You can stay where you are for now. I've got my right foot in. I just need to get the left one down. Okay. Job. There you got it. A little more in. Okay, I think that I have yawed myself. Yep, I got that. Okay. Start showing off on the roll. Copy. Perfect, thank you. And I see yaw of 3. Okay, and actually it looks like we overshot a little bit with the EP. So, Drew, I'm going to need you to come to my right, about 30 centimeters.
And Jessica, prior to that, can you double check ingress aid stowed and tethers clear?
Ingress aid stowed and tethers are clear.
Copy, thank you.
Drew, I will call your stop.
Copy, Jessica. Jessica, confirm just one more time.
About 20 centimeters to my right.
Okay, copy. Going into mode. Okay, Jessica, now we are in mode 20 centimeters to the right. Starting motion.
Copy.
Seconds, so 20-second handover.
Continue.
Continuing.
You can stop motion.
Stopping motion. Did we overshoot there at all? I was waiting on your stop.
No, this is a good position.
As we enter a short satellite handover, the astronauts are working on their last scheduled task for today, which is to move Battery E from the external pallet to a new home in Slot 3 of the Integrated Electronics Assembly. You just heard NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is on the spacewalk today, communicating with NASA astronaut Drew Morgan, who is inside the space station, commanding the Canadarm2 to help the spacewalkers reach the position that they need for accessing the external pallet.
Okay, we are in a good position. Brakes are on, and I have Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 set.
And what is the serial number on this battery?
The serial number is 0022.
Copy 0022 and confirm you have a ret on the H1 scoop locked out with slack.
That can work. Okay, the ret is on the H. You just say H1, correct?
Affirm.
Okay, ret's on H1 and it is locked out with slack.
Copy. And understand you said to Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Tape line is flush on H1. You just said H2, but I think you meant H1? Well, we don't, maybe H1s aren't driven on these? Okay, you're right, maybe.
And that's correct. On the EP for these new batteries, we only need to actuate H2.
Just H2. Copy. Have one line flush in H2.
Copy, release H2, about 19 turns.
Okay, copy, starting turn.
At 4 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk, you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir using the pistol grip tool to release battery E from the external pallet on her right. You can also see some shadows starting to fall over portions of the space station as it is about to enter an orbital nighttime.
That is 25 turns. I believe I should be released. It does look very loose. Okay. And I do see unlock.
Copy 25 turns and status indicator unlock. Can stow that PGT and unlock the red.
Copy. Okay, Stephanie, my ret is unlocked.
Copy. Remove the battery and transfer the H2 side to Christina. She'll do a ret swap and place a ret onto the H2 scoop.
Okay, copy, and work. Okay, and I'm in a good config. I think I'm in a good spot as well. It'll be kind of a rinse repeat of the last one. Okay, concur. I have the battery out, so I'm going to rotate it. Okay. Okay, and I'm passing it down. Okay, do that. One by one, I'm going to rotate my red. Placement. All right, don't suppose you can move it further down. I'm almost there. Okay, stand by. Let me change the angle so I can push it down more. Okay, and I'm going to do the same. All right. Okay, here it comes. Right. I was hoping to be able to ret to it and grab it in one, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it. I'm going to have control over it and then ret it and then hand it back to you. Okay, stand by. Okay. I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. just watch the fins towards the EP. Copy. And also toward my APFR now. Okay, that. All right, I have my breath on it. I'm going to take control over it here. Okay, and I am still redded, so yep, I'm going to pass yours back to you. Okay, great. Nice. Okay, I'm going to push it away from you because the fins are coming toward me. Are you able to grab it, and then I can twist my hand around on the scoop so that I can orient the fins correctly? No, I can't reach the scoop because only the fins are toward me right now. I see that. Okay. How about now? Just for 1 second, and then I'll twist my hand, and then I'll be able to. I've got control. Okay. Copy. See my hand with this connector. Cool. Okay, come toward me. All right, let's have fins out. No, I don't, but I will in a sec. Okay, I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery? Yep, and I'm trying to flip it fins out. So up, fins first of all. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to push it away from me because it's getting very close to my plus. I still don't have my ret off, but okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Okay, and then I'll come towards you. I'm going to take 1 foot out of it. Here, I can come up higher. I just got 1 foot out so I can maneuver better. Great idea. Okay, I got it. All right, nice job. All right, now I'm going to move out of your way. Stephanie, I'm getting a good inspection right now. I see good fins, pins, good EMI band, and no FOD.
Copy. Good inspection on the back of the battery. And Jessica, with that, you can egress. You two can work together to shepherd the battery to the IAA. Good news, the new battery you install has good power and connectivity.
Great news. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
PET is 4 hours, 54 minutes. We show you 10 minutes ahead.
Howdy. All right, I'm going to spin around here, Christina, so you can help watch my feet. Make sure I don't hit the battery. Okay, and then 5 feet inboard, you'll be clear of it. Right now, you are not clear. You're coming down over top of it. Okay. We'll squeeze a little inboard, and you'll be good. Perfect.
Flying at 261 statute miles over the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the International Space Station has just crossed the Terminator line, the difference between daylight and nighttime. Astronauts aboard the space station see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day as the space station flies about 17,500 miles an hour.
Right now, lined up, so
the astronauts are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule and just got a report that the lithium-ion battery they installed earlier has checked out and providing good power. They're now working to move battery E from the external pallet to its new home in slot 3 on the integrated electronics assembly.
Actually, I'm going to get the other way. Okay. Copy, no worries. Yep. Perfect. Okay, I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. I have it. foot too far. I think I can slide it over to you. Okay. You should be able to get that. Okay. Closer. Here, have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. We're at a little handrail gap here, so yeah, probably do it. If I have more reach, if I can get on this one.
Sunset in 2 minutes.
Okay, Christina, I have the battery. Copy. And copy, Stephanie. And I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery.
Coming up on 5 hours into today's spacewalk, planned for 6.5 hours, the astronauts have completed 4 of their planned 5 tasks. The first was to move Battery 1, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet, where it will eventually be disposed. Battery F, a lithium-ion battery, a new battery, was moved to Battery 1's old spot on the integrated electronics assembly. Battery 2 was moved from external pallet F, and at the same time, adapter plate F was moved into slot 2, the Battery 2's formal space. The astronauts just completed installing Battery 3 to the adapter plate F slot 2, and they're now working on installing Battery E, a lithium-ion battery, to slot 3 on the integrated electronics assembly.
Stephanie, where are we flying over right now?
Christina, Jessica, we're flying over the Middle East.
See. So, Stephanie, my camera snagged on, what happened is the ret, one of the rets that was on my camera got caught around a loop that's on this thermal blanket on the radiator. So it actually pulled off the metal D-ring. I have the D-ring captured in the ret, and so everything's in a good config. The other end of the ret is still attached to me, and the camera still has one ret on it. So I can either try to get to another D-ring or just keep the single ret on my camera. Christina, are you in a good position? Yep, I'm still good.
We copy, Jessica. We're discussing it.
Okay.
And Jessica, it's your preference. If you feel you need another ret on the camera, that would be fine. If you're happy with the current config, that's fine too.
I'm happy with the current config. Okay, Christina, back with you. Okay. I am biased as far outboard as able. Okay, and I am right here, so okay, if you can just bring it in forward structure. Yeah. Okay, I have control. Copy, you have the battery. I have the battery. And I am at the APFR. So we may, I think, probably one more recording. Okay, and I have the battery. You have the battery. Okay, just can bring it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, I have control of the battery. Okay, you have the battery? I have the battery. Stephanie, I am at my APFR.
Copy that.
I'm not ingressing it, Jessica. I'm just going to clear tether. Okay, copy. And confirm I'm good to ingress. Check on you, Jessica, first, because I want to make sure that we don't need to do a handoff so that you reposition your wrist or anything and hand it up to me. I think we might need to. Okay. So when you're ready, I'll have you take it, and then I'll reposition. Okay, copy.
Yes, Christina, so you can assess the gap spanner clear at this time or later as you work together.
That's the battery. Copy. I do have the battery. Yep, copy, you have the battery.
And then when you're happy, you can ingress.
Copy all. Okay, and we are in the correct orientation, right? The H2 is going to be on that side. Mm-hmm.
H2 will be outboard.
Okay, I think this will work, Christina. I have the battery. Great, you have the battery. I have the battery. And I'm going to stay weathered to it. Copy. And I'm just going to come down to this handrail if you see the pull up. Just feel me moving the battery a little bit. Let me know if you need me to reposition it for you before I take off up the ingress aid. Copy. What I'm almost thinking is if you could help me get it up, okay, kind of on in plane on the IEA, you know what I mean? Sure, I sure do. Drop this on the tow loop, and I'll see if I can do that. Okay. Up. How's that? That is good, I think. Okay. I think then I'll be able to swing it over to you. Okay, I agree. And just be aware the distal end of it is close to the roll pedal of my APFR. Okay, copy. I see that. I'll be able to crunch it into me. Okay, perfect. The other watch item is going to be my rep. I clear it from the APFR and get it inboard of the APFR, but copy. And I am clearing it from APFR now. Okay, and I am in. My ingress aid is stowed. Okay.
Copy.
The battery is blocking my view to you, so if you can direct me. Okay.
And Christina, your tethers are clear?
That's affirmed. Just checking.
Excellent. Then you can work together to soft dock the battery with H2 outboard and lock out the right with slack.
At 5 hours and 12 minutes into the spacewalk, as the station is flying over Kazakhstan, NASA astronaut Christina Koch is in the articulating portable foot restraint and working with Jessica Meir to soft dock the final scheduled battery for today. Once it's in place on slot 3 of the integrated electronics assembly, she will tighten 2 bolts to secure it to the space station.
Okay, I will translate back over to the other side. Copy. And I know we did check it early on both sides. Stephanie, with that, am I go to soft dock, or do you want to repeat those checks once Jessica and her light? I believe we did it early on the IEA before we left and early on the battery as we were uninstalling, but your confirmation.
We copy, Christina. Your go to soft dock.
The in work. Jessica, I believe that the spot, I don't see the gap blocking. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and orient it. I can give you good guidance from here. Great. Okay, move the battery toward up, so up for you. Okay, now come down. Copy. And down or in. Okay, yes, in. And stand by. I think that, there you go, that's better. Now you're level. Looks good on this side. Okay, I think we're in self-dock.
Copy. Lock out the RET with slack and receive Jessica's PGT with the 6-inch. We're 1 minute from a 20-second handover.
Copy. RET is locked out with slack.
Copy.
And Jessica, if I could break in, if you guys are clear, and it seems that you are clear of the EP and tethers and tools are clear, I can maneuver to the back-off position with your go.
We are clear. You have our go.
Okay, copy, go.
Clockwise 2.
Jessica, Christina, back with you after the handover. PGT settings Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, those are. I can give you back pressure here, Christina. Great.
Confirm
And
tape
I have
line.
tape line flex on H2.
Copy. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
And work.
Christina Koch is driving the first bolt to secure battery E to slot 3 of the integrated electronics facility.
Okay, 17 turns. Green LED, 9.1 foot-pounds of torque. Status indicator is in lock.
Copy 9.1 torque, 17 turns, green light, status indicator lock on H2. Same settings on for the PGT Alpha 7 clockwise 2 on H1.
And those settings are still set.
Confirm tape line flush on the H1 scoop.
I have tape line flush on H1.
Drive H1.
Good alignment. Copy.
Drive H1 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy. That was 5 turns on H1. Green LED, 9.2 foot-pounds of torque. Status indicators unlocked.
9.2 torque, 5 turns, green light, status indicator lock on H1. Can transfer the PGT to Jessica and unlock and release the red.
See and work. My red is retrieved.
Copy. I'll take glove, HAP, and gauntlet checks from you both.
Okay, copy. Stand by. And I can jump in while you're getting in a good place for that, Jessica. Your light. And I see no changes since my last glove report on my glove. My HAP is dry and my gauntlets are down.
Copy. Checks EV2.
Okay, and for EV1, gloves have no changes from previous. HAP is dry, gauntlets are down.
Copy. Checks EV1. And at this time, let's see, PET is 5 hours, 19 minutes. We show we have just enough time to do the 1 battery get ahead, battery 4 to EP Yankee, and wanted to get your assessment of that. Consumable remains the same over 7 hours for EV2 MedX.
That is fine with me. EV1, Christina, works for me.
Okay, copy that. We will proceed in that direction.
Okay, and ready for steps.
This is a reminder, caution not to impart loads into microsquares once torque is broken on the associated bolt. And we are working to release battery 4.
At 5 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, the astronauts have completed all scheduled tasks and are now moving on to move 1 more battery from the integrated electronics assembly to the external pallet in slot Y.
Okay. And I see, Christina, we have 1 scoop on 4 right now. So maybe you could move one of these before you get out, or else I can easily do it too while you're moving APFR. Yeah, great call. Stephanie, what are our next scoop steps in case we can work in parallel?
Yes, we do need the scoop on battery 4H1. I'm sorry. There will be the scoop from battery 2H2 will move to battery 4H1.
H2 to 4H1, copy.
As the astronauts move into their get-ahead tasks, let's recap what they've done so far. They first moved Battery 1, a nickel-hydrogen battery, to the external pallet for later disposal. And from the external pallet, they moved Battery F, a new lithium-ion battery, to Slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly. The duo later moved Battery 2 to external pallet F, while simultaneously moving Adapter Plate F to Slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly. The team then moved Battery 3 to the Adapter Plate F in Slot 2, and just completed moving Battery E, a lithium-ion battery, to Slot 3 on the integrated electronics assembly. Currently, that leaves 2 old nickel-hydrogen batteries on the external pallet for disposal, one old nickel-hydrogen battery on the integrated electronics assembly, and 2 new lithium-ion batteries on the integrated electronics assembly. They're now progressing to move Battery 4, a nickel-hydrogen battery, to the external pallet Slot Y as well. That will bring our total up to 3 old nickel-hydrogen batteries on the external pallet.
Yes, that's okay.
Hey, Stephanie, I have moved the scoop from 2H2 to 4H1.
Copy that, and you can position to assist with battery release and fair lead if you feel you need to keep your tether clear of the work site.
And Stephanie, I have the APFR installed in with 21, clocking as 12, and I'm going to roll it to the delta position, battery 4.
Copy.
And I'm not able to see the reading delta, but it does look like it's lined up for me, my body, to go over to battery 4, and it appears to be 2 clicks to the right.
And Christina, we copy. Do you feel you'd be able to verify the other PVFR settings, or you feel it's good for you?
I can still see that it's in Quebec, and the yaw is at 90, so I'm sure that it is correct.
Copy that. Jessica, we can have you start to work to break torque on battery 4. You can retrieve the ratchet wrench from the crew lock bag. And Christina will take the additional checks for the APFR.
All right.
And Christina, for the APFR, I may have missed it, locking collar black on black, the pull twist test, and the pitch knob locked, and that you can push it in.
Okay, we do have black on black and a good pull twist test. And by one while I do the pitch knob. Let you know about that.
Copy.
Okay. I can feel that it's recessed. And
If you feel the pitch knob is locked and can be pushed in.
The little, yes, it can. And the button in the middle is recessed. That's what I was referring to. That's how I can tell it's popped out. And I can prefer black on black, good pull, and twist test as well.
Copy. You can check the gap spanner clear at this time, or as you're working together. When you're happy, you can ingress.
Do that. Just everything looks good. I think I'm in your way. I was just going to brake torque first on H1. Yeah, take it. And then I'll move. That'd be awesome. We ready to brake torque on H1? I'm tape line flush.
Copy. Brake torque H1, less than 1 turn.
Okay, that was a quarter turn on H1.
Copy. Quarter turn.
And a quarter turn on H2.
Copy. Quarter turn H2.
Christina, I'm going to get out of your way. See? And I'm not going to use these scoops for my ingress, but I can use this one on the view, I believe.
Jessica, you can stow the ratchet wrench and ready your PGT for the battery ops.
Okay, copy. And I am ingress and over battery 4. And the serial number. Okay, can I get a night light over here? There you go. Thank you. 0103.
Copy. 0103. Double check ingress aid stowed and tethered clear, and you can attach a RET to the H2 scoop.
We're now 5.5 hours into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir are working on a get-ahead task, moving battery 4, a nickel hydrogen battery currently on the integrated electronics assembly, to the open slot on the external pallet. It will later be disposed.
And I have a RET on H2 with battery 4.
Copy. Double check that it is locked out with slack, and you receive the PGT when ready.
Swaps with slack, and I have the PGT.
Settings are alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
I have alpha 7, counter 2.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush on the H1 scoop.
Copy and work. Good alignment. Copy. Okay, I have one line flush on H1.
Release H1 about 8 turns.
Inward. And back. So PG turned off, so I'll get a good cal. Try to give you some light. I'll pass. LED test. Battery voltage.
Copy the Cal LED test and battery volt.
And I have one tape line flush on H1.
Copy release H1 about 8 turns. 2 minutes to sunrise.
Jessica, I just wanted to tag up with you, and we are ready to maneuver to the EPY work site. So on your go, we'll continue with that.
Copy, you have our go. We are well clear.
Copy, you're clear. We have a go.
And Stephanie, that was 5 turns to release H1, and I see status indicator is in unlock.
Copy 5 turns, status indicator unlock on H1. Same settings on H2, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Copy. And I have those settings and tape line flush.
Copy, release H2, about 19 turns.
Inward. Alignment. Copy, thank you. I see it jacking. Okay, I went 20 turns. I see the status indicator is in unlock.
Copy 20 turns, status indicator unlock on H2. Transfer the PGT back to Jessica. And Jessica, you can position to receive the battery, double checking local tether not on the outboard gap spanner. Christina, you can unlock the red.
Thank you. And on this PGT, Jessica, the battery buffer stop is not attached to the side of the battery holder. So if you pop yourself around, I can just attach it. Okay, copy. It just means securely in there. It just means that it could potentially come out. Copy. If it were to turn and be pulled wrong. Good job. All right. There. Hold you back. And for this one, I think you'll still have room to be inboard of me. It'll be almost exactly like taking off battery 2, I think. Okay, copy. I will translate around now. I can face your lights in the right direction. Now that the sun's out.
I have the battery out of soft dock.
Copy, Christina. When Jessica's ready, you will hand her the H1 scoop.
H1, copy. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking. And Jessica, this roll, it definitely seems like you're going to need to be really close to the base of the APFR. Yeah, I think so too. I am. I'm only one handrail away from it. Okay. You've got H1 pointed towards you, sender away from structure. Okay, I see it. Egressing. The battery's just to your left. Okay, copy, and I see that. Okay, and like we did before, while I'm here, what do you think about me kind of moving it up and over the EPFR so that it's kind of in line with our translation like this? Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, and now I'll put a local down. I'll start shepherding with you. Hopefully I'm not going to be in your way here. I don't think so. I've got the battery. Okay. And, yep, I'm in a good spot to hold it, so. Okay, you have the battery. I have the battery. I don't think I'm going to be, this is that little spot, so I think, yeah, probably just going to get here. Sounds like a plan. I can get it up for you. Actually, I'm going to go my arm the other way. Okay. Okay, I have the battery. Happy. You have the battery. I have the battery.
As astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir move Battery 4 down to its new home, they are in the middle of their get-ahead task. They'll be moving this battery, a nickel hydrogen battery, to an open slot on the external pallet. The external pallet will eventually be disposed as these batteries are no longer of use.
Jessica, as you guys approach the work site, the brakes are on and it'll be go for your ops when you get there.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Drew. All right, if you haven't all the way pulled in, and this might be as far as I can go, but if you can, I think I can get to that one. Okay.
I have the battery. Hey, you have the battery. Right, and if you can tend it away from structure a bit so I can get back down there. Perfect. Yep. Okay, you got clearance. Okay, copy. It's still coming your way. I don't know if you have another one. Yeah, I can, well, at least to this one. That's going to be too far, right? I'll come back. I have the battery. You have the battery. I have the battery. And if you are able to pull it anymore, but this next one is the spot that's tough. Copy. I have the battery. You have the battery.
At 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, the astronauts and the International Space Station are traveling 261 statute miles over French Polynesia. They're moving the recently detached Battery 4 to its new space on the external pallet in Slot Y.
Okay, so we are here, and I think we'll do that same. I'm gonna have to come back one more, okay? And then we'll have our. I can get it. I can get it to you. The one little last top of the end. I have the battery. You have the battery. I have the battery. And that's a grapple fixture. Okay. Your way. I think I would like to get to this handle, and then I'll know for sure we're good. Okay. I have the battery. Hey, you have the battery. The battery. Okay. Okay, and is the battery clear if I come up here? It's clear if you come up inboard. And I'm clearing it more for you. Yep, you're clear.
After this get-ahead task is complete and battery 4 is installed on external pallet Y, we'll be looking forward to the next spacewalk, which is Monday, January 20th. That'll be the 4th spacewalk in this series of battery replacements on the P6 truss. During that spacewalk, we'll see the final 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries removed from the integrated electronics assembly, and the final lithium-ion battery will be installed. The spacewalk on January 20th will wrap up our work on the P6 truss. However, there are still more battery spacewalks coming later. The final new batteries will launch on a JAXA HTV rocket later in the late spring, and those will be for the Starboard 6 truss, the S6 truss, on the 1B and 3B channels.
I think I'm hitting my workstation with that again. That could be, I was noticing that your toes were in the right place, but the heels were high. Which match what you're saying. It is, it's right underneath your T-bar, so it's preventing you from going down.
From Jessica Meir's helmet cam, you can see that they've arrived at the external pallet in the open slot designated Y. This is where the battery 4, a nickel hydrogen battery, will be stowed.
Here, it's ingress date again, yep. Exactly the wrong height, yep. For you and me both. Let's see, did I move it now? So your settings are still good. In your APFR settings? Or the ingress date, yep, they're the same.
We are 20 seconds to a 20-second handover, and Jessica, of course, easier for us to say, you're doing nice work. Any way that you can lean back to try to get your heels down might help you.
Yeah, copy that. It's the ingress date, actually. That's the right.
Another quick handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems. Those are the satellites that provide us with video and audio communication with the International Space Station. Jessica Meir is ingressing the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or the APFR. That will help stabilize her as she prepares to install battery 4 into external pallet Y spot. Once the battery is soft docked into the external pallet, she will then use the pistol grip tool to turn one bolt and secure it in place.
Copy, we have you.
Your view right now is of NASA's Johnson Space Center Mission Control in Houston, Texas. And these are the flight controllers that have been monitoring all of the systems on the International Space Station today, as well as the astronauts, their tasks, and their suits.
Okay, the left one's in. Nice. All right. And, I have the battery for you when you're ready. It looks like the AC is fairly far. Is it about the same as it was for the first install on Z? See if I lean forward. I think we're going to need it a little bit closer to me, and then also a little bit to the left. Okay. But we're only going to have to drive the H2 side, correct?
That's affirm. And you can double check ingress aid stowed tethers clear, and when you transfer the battery, Jessica, you'll receive the H1 side.
Okay, copy. Let's do that GCA first, Christina, if you don't, or do you want to give me the battery first? Well, I was thinking maybe battery first, only because then we'll have more space to pass it to you, but agree that makes it harder for you to assess how far it needs to come. I won't be able to see for the GCA. You have to do the GCA in that case. I could do the GCA, but so I think we could do it either way. Okay, let's do it first. Okay. Drew, we're going to need the AP about 15 centimeters to my left and 20 centimeters toward me.
15 left and then 15 toward you. I copy.
You know H2 is on your left.
Stand by, Jessica, while I get in mode.
Copy.
Okay, Jessica, 15 left, starting motion.
Okay, copy. Motion continue.
Okay.
Okay, and you can stop there.
Ramping out, stop motion.
Now, Drew, I would say about at least 20 centimeters toward me. I'll call to stop early if necessary.
Okay, copy, like 20 centimeters toward you, and you'll call me early if need be. Starting motion.
We're now 6 hours into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts have completed all of their initially scheduled tasks. They're actually now in a get-ahead task, moving battery 4 to the external pallet.
That looks like a good position, Drew. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on, go for ops.
Copy. All right, I'm going to get this high and then pass you H1. Okay, copy. Christina, stand by. Hold on. Okay, so right now, if you keep going up, we'll hit the edge, on the edge of the AP. Yep. So can you go station aft a little bit, so back my back? That's good. Perfect. Okay, I have it. Okay, and I'm going to watch your clearance of the fins to the EP since we are a little close. And you're out towards you a little bit. Okay, you have the battery. Copy. All right, you're clear. And how's your ret doing? You want to just remain retted to it? It works for me. It's not too strung out, and I can come close to you now. Okay, copy.
Okay, understand, Jessica. Now you have the battery. The red is remaining on Christina, and you have H1 in your right hand. Christina, you can translate onto the EP to assist. The previous EP reminders apply. When you're ready, soft dock the battery.
Okay, copy. I think you're pulling on the ret bit there. You may have to do a wet stop then because I will need to... Stop. Okay, go back the other way. Yeah, there you go. All right, and actually, you know what? I take that back. I can pull up my local like this. Don't need to go away from you. All right, and we can probably do this without you on the EP if you can help guide me from there. Yeah, definitely. I think I can. I don't really have many of the black lines. Yeah, I think I'm actually lined up. Yeah, I think you're on it. No, I'm not. Yeah. I think come to my right. Yep, concur. Okay, a little more to your right. About an inch to your right. Up, and then now down. Yep. And then give it a push. I don't... Soft dock? Not yet. We're in soft dock now. We are. Okay.
Copy if possible.
I'm waiting for the EP just to be up. So that we've got the...
Copy soft dock. You can lock out the ret with slack if possible. And then I have PGT settings when you're ready.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Stephanie, I believe it's Alpha 7 clockwise.
That's affirmed.
Right, it's locked out with slack.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Confirm H2, confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Line is flush, and standby, the PGT is turned off, so.
Copy.
Gina, can you get a hand on it? Yep, okay, I've got a hand on it, you can pull it out. Okay. Hey, good cow. LED test battery 38.01. And Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy.
I have tape line flush and move it to left a little bit. Here, I'll do that. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'm waiting it, so yeah, copy. Okay.
Drive H2.
Hey, Stephanie, I'm ready for turn.
16 to 17 turns.
Please. Nice to see you tracking.
This turn is the only one it will take to secure Battery 4 in its new position on the external pallet. After that, the astronauts will be complete with this additional battery get-ahead.
Down a little bit. Clip this here. Down. Okay, Stephanie, that was 16 turns, the green light, and 9.1 torque.
Copy 9.1.
See that the status indicator is locked.
Copy 9.1 torque, 16 turns, green light, status indicator lock for H2. Those are good checks. Jessica, you can stow the PGT on your swing arm, unlock and release the RET, and send it back to Christina.
Okay, copy. And Stephanie, where are these scoops going?
Jessica, Christina, we're going to fast forward a bit, and we are skipping the scoop ops for this EVA.
Okay. Okay, Stephanie, PGT is stowed. And Christina, you got that RET, I see.
Copy, Jessica. And Christina, once you have the RET retrieved, you can translate back onto P6 structure. I'll get a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you, and you can translate to the IEA, and then Jessica, I'll have further words for you here on the EP, basically working with the ORU bag.
Okay, copy. And I guess, Christina, this was the flaw in our plan. Retrieving the ORU bag is now on the other side. Right, you can, yeah, one hand roll over. Yep. Right, and my RET is retrieved.
Copy.
So Stephanie, I'll wait until Christina's back on structure, and then I'll translate onto the EP.
Copy.
Okay, Jessica. Yeah, should be able to make this translation direct. Okay. Put it on your APFR. Okay, and I am on structure. Okay, copy. Heading to the IEA.
Copy, and glove, hap, and gauntlet check when you have a moment.
Okay, in work. EV1, gloves, no change, gauntlets in place, and hap is dry.
Copy, EV1.
And Stephanie, if it's all right with you, I'll wait till I get to the IEA so I can do it at my first operation point after I have a local down.
Good plan.
big picture, Stephanie, am I just translating on the EP to clean up, put everything in the ORU bag, and then come back to structure?
That's affirmed.
Okay. And Stephanie, I'm at the IEA, and if you let me know the first thing that I'm doing out here, I can get in position and then give you those checks.
Copy, Christina. First for you, you'll translate to the crew lock bag to retrieve the socket caddy. Basically, you're going to deconfigure the hex driver on the PGT, place the hex driver on the socket caddy, and then retrieve the PGT with the ret and adjustable and stowed on your swing arm.
Copy all.
Six hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA's astronauts Jessica Meir and Christina Koch have completed all of their scheduled tasks today, as well as one get-ahead task. They're now preparing to clean up their work site and then ingress back to the International Space Station's Quest airlock.
Stephanie, I'm at the crew lock bag.
Copy.
And I'm at the ORU bag, and I'll start packing it up.
Copy. The hex driver from the PGT can go on the pin ret that's stowed in the bag.
Copy. My glove check, Stephanie. It's a little bit more lifting of the RTV on the left index finger. Other than that, no changes. I have, and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks EV2. Thank you.
Stephanie, the hex driver is on the pit pin. Good pull test.
Copy, Jessica.
And I have an test on the socket caddy with a good push pull test, and that came off of the PGT, the crew lock bag.
Copy, Christina. Jessica, we can take an inventory of the ORU bag when you're ready.
Okay, copy. I see my trash bag on a ret that is on one of the internal loops. I see a double ret series attached to the PGT, also on one of the internal loop. I see an adjustable tether, which is also on the loop, and that is connected to the GoPro. I see a round tube, the ratchet wrench with the hex head on it, and the palm wheel, and that is connected to 2 reps in series to an internal loop. And I see the hex head on a pit pin on 1 rep.
Copy checking. And Jessica, is there one additional adjustable inside the bag that's free that we would have used for contingencies?
Yes, that's the one that I reported at the end. I said there's one extra adjustable inside the bag. I'm not sure if you copied that or not. That was the last thing I reported.
And we copy that. That's good internally. What do you show on the outside of the bag?
If we can just stand by when I get the bag packed, and then I'll give you the external.
Copy that.
At 6 hours and 15 minutes, cleanup is going well for both astronauts. This view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera, number 11, down in the bottom right-hand corner, and you can see she is taking inventory of the ORU bag, or the Orbital Replacement Unit bag, and this holds a lot of the tools that she used today.
Oh, negative. I forgot about that step. Thanks for feeding me that. Stephanie, I think I figured out our confusion there. There's also an adjustable on the PGT, so maybe that was the one that you thought I had reported. That one was not previously reported.
And we copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie, the bag is packed, and on the outside of the bag, I have one small adjustable and one large adjustable.
And we copy that. That's a good config. You can stow the ORU bag on your BRT.
Work. Stephanie, I have the PGT with 2 reps in series and an adjustable without a socket installed in my swing arm.
Copy that. That is a good config, and we will take a crew lock bag inventory.
Copy. And Jessica, do you need any steps before I do not. Go ahead. Okay, copy.
I'll start with the internal contents of the bag, and I'll start with the integrated rets on the inside, what's on those. One integrated ret, I have a small EVA trash bag. Another integrated ret, I have a caddy with a 9-inch hex. On another integrated ret, I have a round scoop. I'll go to the ret series. I have a ret series to an adjustable. I have another ret series to an adjustable. I have a long duration tie-down tether. And I have a third ret series to an adjustable.
We copy all, Christina, and the ratchet wrench that is also on a ret series. Do you see that?
There's a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel and a 6-inch wobble socket on it on a ret series. And that is everything for internal, I believe.
Copy that. We concur that's a good internal config.
Copy, I'll pack, and then I'll report the external.
Copy.
Okay, Stephanie, I have the ORU bag on my DRT. I think I'm ready to translate off the EP and back to structure.
We concur, and as you're doing that, double-check the ingress aid stowed on the boot plate for arm clearance and check all tethers clear.
Okay, copy. Hey, Stephanie, I have the ingress aid stowed against the boot plate.
Copy. And when all tethers are clear, and once you are 5 feet from the EP, you can give Drew a go to maneuver to the back-off position.
Okay, copy. Stand by. And Stephanie, while she's maneuvering, if I have a sec, I can give you the external crew lock bag inventory.
Copy. And we're ready.
And if I can just interject, Drew, we are well clear. You can move the AP.
Okay, copy. Jessica, understand you and Christina are clear. All tethers, tools, and ingress aid are all clear. And I have a go for maneuver to back off.
You have a go.
Copy, go.
And on the external, I just have the large, small adjustable as well as the small adjustable going to a helmet light.
And we copy that, and I have words about the helmet light when both you and Jessica are ready for those.
I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
So we have a plan to bundle the helmet light to the top of the small ORU bag.
Copy. Copy.
So Jessica, as you're translating back, you'll stop at the IA and pick that up. I'll have words for you on how to bundle it. And also, if you would, as you're translating, we would like you to inspect the location where you think the D-ring separated from the camera, just to check if there's any additional FOD or anything that looks off nominal.
Okay, so Stephanie, am I waiting here for Christina to translate to me, or am I translating outboard?
Yep, you're going to go outboard to meet up with the helmet light.
Okay, copy. And Stephanie, am I go to move the crew lock bag doors down by moving one of the hooks to battery for tether point?
Christina, you have a go.
Copy. And while I'm here, I can verify that the pit pin that we inspect as we leave is in place.
Copy that, and once you're complete with that, then you can pick up your adjustable fair lead.
Oh, our battery for tether point plan is not going to work. Battery 4 is not there. How about
yeah, that's a good point.
DDCU, or the DCSU?
If you think the tether will reach and the doors will be flat against structure and it will be snug, that will be a good config.
Okay, copy. I'll evaluate that and let you know. And Stephanie, I have the GoPro outside of the ORU bag right now. Is it okay to leave it like that?
Let me check on that. The config that I was shown does not have the GoPro on the outside of the bag.
Sorry, it's still redded to the inside. We just have it. I have it pulled out through the lid so that it's still on. So it is redded to the inside. I just have it outside of the bag. The camera itself. Does that point still inside?
Yeah, I copy that. It might be best to put it on the inside because the helmet light kind of fits on top of the bag very snugly. The way we'll have you tether it down.
Okay. If you don't mind, then I think it will be easier if we have to reconfigure the bag anyway. If we just do it all together once I get out to Christina.
That's a good plan.
Okay. And I am looking at my camera. I think all that happened was the metal ring slipped off its tether point when the tether got snagged. So I don't see. Let's see. Actually, I think the fabric broke that was holding the tether point. I do see broken loop that I believe is where it was. But there's no other damage to the camera, and as I mentioned, the camera is still on a single rep, integral rep for the bracket, which is attached to my workstation.
And we copy the report on the camera. And Jessica, we were also curious about the translation path that you use. Did any FOD remain, say, on the MLI or on the handrails or anything like that?
Oh, all that had happened was the ret, a small ret that was on my swing arm, actually hooked a loop of the MOI covering the radiator. So it was like I had tethered it. It went right through the hook. So there was no damage there. It just, the tether was just around that loop. So I had to open the tether, obviously, to remove it from that loop.
And we copy. And so at that location, is there any FOD on the MLI?
It's exactly where I am right now, so I can I'm in good position to do a good look. And no, there is nothing here. I can just see, I can see the loop that it was caught on. I don't know if you can see in my WVS. There are these loops that have like a gap spanner holding the thermal blanket on, and it threw one of those loops.
And we copy. We have a good visual, good inspection. We show that complete. You can continue.
Okay.
We're now 6.5 hours into today's spacewalk. The spacewalk itself was scheduled to last 6.5 hours. However, the crew had good consumables, meaning they had enough water and oxygen for the spacewalk to last a little longer. That's why teams went ahead and proceeded with that extra get-ahead task of moving Battery 4 to the external pallet. That also puts teams in a good configuration for the next spacewalk on Monday, January 20th. Now there will only be 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries left to be removed and 1 lithium-ion battery left to be installed. Our spacewalkers are now cleaning up and starting to head back to the International Space Station's Quest airlock as the station flies 260 statute miles over Nigeria in an orbital nighttime.
Okay, so speaking of my crew-off bag, I do have it against structure with the doors down.
Copy, Christina, and 1 minute to 30 seconds to sunset.
Copy. And Jessica, Elizabeth, because, wait till you're here, and tell me what you think about this. Could make this flat by extending between that tube and the other side of this handrail. I think that's maybe what I do. What's that? Yeah, because the CSU is a little bit shallower, it makes the bag of the doors a little bit kind of at an angle, not flat against structure. I see that. I think that's what, I think it achieves most of the aim of putting them against structure, but to be 100% sure, I'm going to move to this. I like that now that I've got it on the fire handle. I'm comfortable with that.
Christina,
okay,
Jessica,
here's the helmet light.
Crew lock bag config is good.
Copy. And here are the lights, Jessica. Okay, stand by. Why don't we work on this? What do you think? Do you think it'll be easier to attach it if I leave this on my DRT like this? Or do you want me to take the bag off? No, I think it might be because then it's stable. Yeah. If you want to hold your position, I can try and attach it. Okay, and then we need to get that GoPro back in too. Okay. So hopefully we can do that without opening up Pandora's box.
Christina, Jessica, so certainly if you have thoughts on how to stow the helmet light onto the ORU bag, that also works. The suggestion here is to have the gimbal light assembly be on the front of the bag and the back of the bag, so that the large small ret that's stowed towards the lid of the bag, you can use that large hook to go around the gimbal, the interface between the battery and the light. And then there's a small adjustable on the other side of the bag, and you can loop that also around the gimbal and tether one hook to the inside frame of the helmet.
Okay. And so she's got the big hook now, so she can put that on the gimbal. And then there's already a small going to the frame. So once that's on the gimbal, I can just move this small over to the ORU bag. Okay, copy. And were those all those points of connection that you said, or did you want a second one on gimbal, or 2 connection points adequate? Oh, cool. Okay. Stabilizer. Move the light a little bit. Kind of make it not a gimbal, a ring around the gimbal.
Jessica, Christina, we think that 2 connection points are good.
Okay, I've got the large around one side.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and remove the adjustable from the crew lock bag on one side, and then attach it to the smaller U bag.
Let's get that camera in first, because I think that might be.
And another option, if they would be amenable, is to just have someone put it on their swing arm for the way in, or do you think it? Oh, I think it actually looks like it might fit right in right here.
It will fit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it came out in it, so.
But
I'm gonna loosen this.
Okay. Try and put it in.
Okay.
Like you said, without letting step out.
I'll try to hold the lid here. If you can stuff it in, then we'll see if this works.
Perfect.
And if stowing the GoPro inside the bag does not work, Christina's swing arm is also a good option.
Copy. Okay. Now, let's see if we can get the lid back on top, because I think that's what. Loosen it a little bit right there. Loosen the lid.
Okay. Loosen. Okay.
Now tighten it. I'll keep a hand on it.
Okay.
And I can.
All right.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, now I'll get that adjustable on. And should we turn these helmet lights off or not?
Might help you see more.
If I just. Okay.
I've got it kind of sandwiched.
All right, I'll put it, I think. What do you think about on the handrail stanchion?
If it reaches, I think that will keep it nice and tight.
It would. I just don't want to get in the way of you.
Well, I'm already BRT,
but removing it, you don't think that'll be a thing?
I think it should be okay removing the BRT, and we can leave it on. So inside.
Leave it on the rack.
As long as it's not on the same side as my BRT rack.
Yeah, that's where it is. It would be. But you know what? There's a tether point over here, and I just snagged it. So I think we're good. I'm going to go around the corner of this bag and then tighten up this friction place. Pretty good. Okay. Hey, good job. Nice and tight. Have a beacon. BRT beacon. And Stephanie, with that, I will go get my fair lead. And Christina, do you think that looks like a good position here? I do. Yep.
We just saw Jessica Meir and Christina Koch reattaching that light and video system, the portion of Christina Koch's helmet that became detached earlier in the spacewalk.
Okay, copy.
The inconvenience set them back about 30 minutes, but the team worked fast enough that they were able to make up that time and then have some extra to accomplish their get-ahead task.
Jessica, before you take off, I'll take your light shining down here just so that I can verify when I remove one hook of the adjustable that I removed the right one. Okay. One that's going to the D-ring. Can you see now, or am I not over enough? Well, I think that is good. Stephanie, confirm I am leaving the adjustable here.
You are correct. That is confirmed.
Okay. It is still attached to the handrail. Any other tasks for me before I head to my green hook?
Christina, once you're happy with retrieving your fair lead and leaving the adjustable, you can also translate to your green hook, P65388.
As the astronauts begin their journey back to the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, we reach the 6-hour and 42-minute point in today's spacewalk. A recap of everything that the astronauts have accomplished today: they first installed Battery 1 in the external pallet Z slot.
The ATFR that I was in.
This meant removing the nickel-hydrogen battery from its current spot on the integrated electronics assembly. They then moved Battery F into slot 1, Battery F being a new lithium-ion battery, and moved on to Battery 2. That's a nickel-hydrogen battery that was moved to the external pallet in slot F. And the adapter plate that had been in slot F was moved to slot 2 of the integrated electronic assembly. The duo moved Battery 3 to adapter plate F, slot 2, and that's the adapter plate that had just been moved from the external pallet, before moving Battery E, a lithium-ion battery, to slot 3 on the integrated electronic assembly. The team even had time to move Battery 4, a nickel-hydrogen battery, to the external pallet in slot Y, and this is a good get-ahead for the next spacewalk.
Christina, we're back with you after handover.
In total, that means three old nickel-hydrogen batteries were moved to the external pallet today, and one old nickel-hydrogen battery is now on the integrated electronic assembly. 2 new lithium batteries have been installed on the integrated electronic assembly. In the next spacewalk scheduled for January 20th, and just a few days from now.
I did bump the yaw. The roll, I think, was also out on that APFR. It's no problem. I can adjust it when we come back for the next EVA, but if it might need to...
The fourth spacewalk, we will see the 2 nickel hydrogen batteries, the final 2, on the Port 6 truss moved to the external pallet, and the final lithium-ion battery will be installed.
We're ready for you to retrieve your green hook.
Work. Do we have any need to put this back into config for robotics reasons? Only away, it's away from the AP, so I think it's okay, but Stephanie?
Checking. Jessica, Christina, thanks for the question. Clearance should be good for the arm. We'll get it on the next EVA.
I'm right next to you. Happy? Yeah, I'm at my green hook.
Copy, Jessica.
Stephanie, I have my green hook on my red reel.
Copy.
That was Christina, but I have my green hook on my red reel. So I'm ready to get out of Christina's way.
Copy, Jessica.
Jessica, if you wouldn't mind holding there for a bit so I can retrieve my green hook. Your lighting. Yes. How's that? That's perfect. Okay, and I retrieved my green hook. We can head in. Okay, and I can see that we have a loop around our tethers right now. I want to see if it clears. I see that yours is around this trunnion here, so if I can clear that, I'm going to see if that helps. Okay, and I can also hang tight at the tether at the anchor point, like we talked about. If you need to do a twist there. I'm just going to come down here so I can take a look at it. Okay. I'll stay here so that my wheels aren't making that harder. So I can see that the tethers are twisted inboard of me. I don't know that it's going to matter when we get back to our anchor hooks. Right now, they're both functioning, they're just twisted around each other. Okay. So I think that it's best to proceed in and then assess at the anchors, if Stephanie, if you concur.
We concur.
Okay, copy. And actually, Christina, if you hold for a minute and let me translate a bit in, yep, so that would be. Copy.
Seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy.
The astronauts are continuing to make their way to the Quest airlock.
Christina, if you hold there again, when you're too close, I think your tether gets really loose. It is right in front of me, so I keep almost getting caught in it. Yes, okay. I will hold for longer. Sure thing. I'll wait till your waves inboard.
Once both astronauts have entered the airlock and closed the hatch, repressurization will begin, and that's when we mark the end of the spacewalk.
And Stephanie, I'm at the port Cedar Cart.
Copy that. And Jessica? Christina, since you are following Jessica back to the airlock, for the port, for the Cedar Cart breaks, do you feel you'll have enough light to do those?
I do think I will.
Awesome, thank you.
We have the MC light now, so.
Yes, good point.
Jessica, it looks like you're far enough in. I'll let you get a start on the MT to make sure that my tether doesn't impede that, and then I'll head in. Okay, copy. I'm under the MT now. I see that.
And I am on the port side of the port cedar cart. I see a pedal. I have been thinking they were only on the starboard side, though. Can you confirm if this is the pedal on the port side that I need to get?
Checking. There are brakes on both sides, but we would like you to actuate the brake on the inboard or starboard side of the port cedar cart.
Copy.
And to be clear, the brake release 2 times.
I'll be back. And I am at our anchor point.
Copy.
So would you like me to keep going and I'll go back to the airlock first?
Checking.
So how does the twist situation look? Yeah, stand by. Oh, look. And the brake pedal has been pressed all the way down 2 times. And there's no more twist, Christina. Oh yeah, it worked itself out after the anchor point.
Copy, Christina. That was on the port cedar cart, and we'll be looking for the same on the starboard.
And Stephanie, if you did copy, there is no longer any twist. I can see that both of our anchor hooks are clear.
We copy no twist, and Jessica, you can continue to translate to the airlock. You can place a fair lead on handrail 500.
Okay, copy. And then on the starboard cedar cart, confirm you'd like me to also press the starboard pedal.
That's affirmative.
Okay. And that is complete.
Copy. Thank you.
Stephanie, I'm at handrail 500, so I will leave that fair lead here.
Copy, Jessica.
And I am at the top of the Cedars first. Okay, copy.
7 hours into today's spacewalk, and you can see the astronauts are now making it back to the Quest airlock. That's Jessica Meir, EV1. In your picture right now, you can tell because she's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes around the legs. In the last 7 hours, the astronauts accomplished all of their tasks as well as one get-ahead task, moving the old nickel-hydrogen batteries out of the integrated electronics assembly and moving new lithium-ion batteries from the external pallet into the integrated electronics assembly. Today's spacewalk was continuing work that began last fall when they were already moving nickel, hydrogen, and lithium-ion batteries, updating the power supply on the P6 truss. And the work on the P6 truss is not finished. On Monday, we will see the next spacewalk where the final 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries will be removed and the final lithium-ion battery will be put into the integrated electronic assembly.
And I had a bit of just popped off, so one more time. You can also put it on as I go by if you want to start working on getting the smaller U-bag in and whatnot. Okay, stand by. Okay.
Jessica, Christina for the airlock ops. Christina is on her way. She can ingress first per the plan, and then Jessica, you can hand her the ORU bag to stow in the airlock.
Okay, copy. And it did pop off. Did you want me to try and get that? Actually, now that I see it, it's going to be drugged down. Maybe I can fair lead it on this whiff. Okay. That's so much pull. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean because it's so extended. Handrail 500, try doing a full kind of loop around it behind the center point. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this works once I come down. Got one around this whiff. It might not be out of your way enough. Am I going to make it worse? I think it's right there on the ELC side. I mean, sorry, on the ESP2 side. I think if I flick it off, it's going to be better for you.
Jessica, Christina, fair lead is not required.
Let's see. I think that once I get down there, it might pull down enough. Okay, let's see.
And Jessica and Christina, I have words for Jessica's suit.
ready to copy.
We are coming up to the end of the EVA, and as you might expect, we are PET of 7 hours, 5 minutes. In about 10 minutes, Jessica, you may receive a BAT V decay message. That means you'll have 1 hour of battery power remaining. You can fix the problem by connecting to SCU, taking the UAA power EV1 to on, and also the power switch on your DCM to SCU.
Okay, copy. And I am at the airlock. I'm going to open the thermal cover. Okay, and I am ingressing by the area that has your safety cover, so I think it's clear. Yeah, I can see it right now. It is behind your feet. Okay, so if you stick toward the wheel, copy. I'm on the wagon wheel, the safety conflicted. How's that look? It's behind you right now, okay? So if I just stick in here and... Let me see. Into your plus. Stand by. Okay, you're free now. I've got it pulled up above you. Copy. Can you see it just off to your left? Now, I'm holding it so it doesn't get caught in your... Okay, I do. Yep. Okay, you got eyes on it? Yep, I got eyes. Okay. If you'd like, I can ingress, and then if you want to hand me that, or if you want to go ahead and stow it, then I'll just stand by. Away. You're right there. I need to put it in, but offering. If you want me to hop in. Yeah, well, I'll toss it up there, and then you can ingress, get a ret on it, and then I can release my ret. Okay. So we'll have the tethers. Okay, now I can move to the aft. Get out of your way. Go ahead, and if you do that, I'll get an eye on them. I'll get a good look going up the seas first. Okay, they look good.
As you can see, the thermal hatch cover is open, and the astronauts are now ingressing the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. That's NASA astronaut Christina Koch heading in right now. You can tell she's EV2 today, wearing no stripes on her spacesuit.
Okay, I have a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender. It is closed slider flap. I'm going to get the ret for your bag. Okay, copy.
Copy, Christina.
Okay, the bag is ready to the airlock. I'm going to release your BRT tether if you're ready. Okay, I'm ready. It's coming to you. Copy, I got it. Thank you. Stephanie, I'm going to go ahead and ingress.
Copy that, and when you're ready, you can give Jessica a go to release green hook from the EV2 red reel.
Okay, and I'm going to, for that reason, I'm going to kind of stay half ingress so she'll have access to my ball hook. Okay, perfect. And you have a go because my waist tether is on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, so I see Christina's green hook. I'm going to remove that and put it on the aft D-ring, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Christina's hook is on the aft wing. Gate is closed and slider is locked.
Check the reel unlocked.
Reel is unlocked. Now I believe I'm going to take her yellow hook off and attach it to my red reel.
That's affirm, and that's the next step.
That's in work. Okay, Stephanie, that is complete. I have her yellow hook on my red reel. Gate is closed, slider is locked.
Copy, check reel unlocked.
Reel is unlocked.
Copy, attach EV1 green hook to forward external airlock D-ring.
In work. With that, I think you're done with me, so I'm going to fully ingress.
We concur.
Seven hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk, astronauts are finishing up equipment checks just outside of the Quest airlock. You can see Jessica Meir there in your screen, preparing to ingress.
Forward gearing extender. Gate is closed, slider is locked. I'm just going to take a look back and make sure that we have a good config there still.
Copy, and check reel unlocked.
Reel is unlocked.
Copy, release EV1 yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Okay, in work. That is released and it is on my mini workstation.
Copy that. Nice work. You can ingress the airlock, close the thermal cover, and attach the Velcro strap.
See in work. And Goose, I am fully port and forward for your ingress. Okay, copy. I have the bat bolt decay message.
And we copy. Thanks for the report.
Okay, Christina, I'm going to come in feet first. Copy.
Jessica Meir now ingressing the hatch as the space station flies 259 statute miles south of the Marshall Islands.
Try to twist so I can get the thermal cover with my mini workstation undetector.
job. I'm not sure if you can see what I'm bumping up against here. There we go. Nothing that I can see on my end. Okay, and I still need to grab the thermal cover.
As Jessica Meir makes her way into the hatch to close the thermal cover, we had a nice view of the Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle, a resupply craft scheduled to depart the space station on January 31st.
Jessica, it should, yes, should go on the inside.
The thermal cover's closed and the Velcro is in place. There is some potato chipping, but I think that's expected.
Copy all and expected. Nice work. You can both remove the SCU from the stowage pouch, remove the DCM cover, and connect your SCUs to DCM.
Copy. North.
Coming up on 7 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, you can see the astronauts are now back inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. The thermal hatch is closed, and this is a live view from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir.
Okay. And for EV2, mine is on, but not yet left. Get it.
Copy EV1 and EV2.
They have a few more suit checkouts before they will close the hatch and begin repressurization.
Copy EV2. For EV1 and EV2, you can take your water switches to off OFF in the forward position. Expect water is off message.
Water is off, EV1, and EV2, water is off.
Copy. That starts the 2-minute timer, and in the meanwhile, Jessica, you can verify outer hatch is clear of hardware and verify the hatch handle per the decal.
Copy, in work. Do see that it is clear of hardware.
And what am I verifying on the handle?
That the handle position is per the hatch decal.
Okay, it is currently in unlatched and unlocked.
Copy. Jessica, we're ready for you to close and lock the hatch.
Okay, copy, in work. Okay, Stephanie, it's closed and I'm working on the latch.
Copy.
I'm fully latched and it's locked.
Copy, hatch is closed and latched. Nice work. This transitions us to the repress cue card, and we have a few checks. So EV1, EV2 on your DCM, check SCU connected to DCM.
EV1 SCU is connected, and EV2 check.
Check your water switches in off, OFF.
Water is off, OFF EV1. EV2, water off.
Jessica, on the crew lock, check the EV hatch closed and locked.
EV hatch is closed and locked, and the MPEV is closed.
Copy, Christina, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves in open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
On the UIA, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Copy. 1 power on, EV2 power on, and I have 2 green LEDs, 1 for each.
Copy, 2 green LEDs. Check power EV1 and 2 volts between 18 and 19.
They're both 18.6.
Copy, 18.6. On your DCMs, check your take your power switches to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Copy. One is an SCU. EV2 is an SCU.
Awesome job. On behalf of the 4B P6 battery EVA ground team, we'd like to thank you for your work today. We made great progress towards upgrading the batteries on the 4B side. You're both awesome. Nice work.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. We love working with you. It was truly amazing for Christina and me to be back out here today. We've been talking about it a lot, and it was really something we were looking forward to. Thanks very much, both Luca and Drew, for getting us out the hatch safely and back inside. And as always, Stephanie, to all of you down on the ground, we profusely thank you for our immense and valuable ground and support teams for making this all happen. One last note, we'd also like to congratulate the newest official members of the Astronaut Corps, the Turtles, on graduating from their astronaut candidate training program last week. Kayla, Zena, Raja, Matt, Bob, Woody, Johnny, Josh, Jasmine, Laurel, Frank, Jenny, and Jessica. We are so excited to witness your contributions to human spaceflight.
Jessica, thanks very much. There's smiles around the room. Awesome words, and we'll hand you over to Luca and Drew.
Happy.
And welcome back, Jessica and Christina. You made Expedition 61 very, very proud today. Now let's get you back inside. I have a warning for you. On SOP, leave O2 actuator EVA through checkload repress to ensure sufficient oxygen supply. I think that doesn't apply today. So just go ahead and put your O2 actuator to press.
Work.
At 7 hours and 27 minutes into today's spacewalk, we'll now be awaiting the repressurization of the crew lock portion to conclude the spacewalk.
And Jessica and Christina, did you already call your O2 actuator?
EV1 has oxygen in press. EV2 is in press.
Copy. On the EV hatch, check that the MPAV is closed.
MPAV is closed.
Copy. Christina and Jessica, I'm going to start throttling the IV hatch, and please, I'm going to start really slow. Tell me if I need to go slower or faster.
Okay, copy. Copy. Feeling, Christina, do you want to bump it up a little? Yep, I'm okay to bump it up. Okay, you can go a bit faster, Luca.
Now that repressurization has begun at 1:04 p.m. Central Time, the spacewalk clock has stopped at 7 hours and 29 minutes for today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir.
Jessica, Christina, I am at about 1/4 of the distance between off and norm.
Copy. Hey, copy. Should we have them go to half, Christina? And that would be fine with me, and the rate's good for me. You can go to half, Luca. And I show 1 PSI.
Copy, 1 PSI. Jessica, Christina, when the crew lock is at 4.0, expect an alert tone.
Copy. And I copy.
Also, when the crew lock will be at 5.0, I will turn the hatch equalization valve to off, OSS.
Copy. Copy.
As repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, you can see here in the equipment lock portion, NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan near the front of your screen, and Commander Luca Parmitano helping the astronauts, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Christina Koch complete the end of their spacewalk. Once the crew lock portion is fully repressurized, Morgan and Parmitano will open the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock and bring the astronauts back in. They'll also help them doff their suits.
And there's 4 TFI.
Copy 4.
And ISO 5 TFI.
Christina, we are going to stop for 2 minutes.
Copy. Copy.
As repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, a look back at all that our astronauts have accomplished today. They first moved nickel hydrogen battery number 1 to the external pallet from the integrated electronics assembly, then moved battery F from the external pallet, this is a lithium ion battery, to slot 1 on the IEA. They then moved battery 2 from the integrated electronics assembly to external pallet slot F while removing adapter plate F and placing that in slot 2 of the integrated electronics assembly.
We are currently doing the 1-minute leak check.
Copy. Copy.
Later, they moved battery 3 to the adapter plate F slot 2 and then moved battery E, a lithium-ion battery, to slot 3 on the integrated electronics assembly. In their get-ahead time, the astronauts moved battery 4, a nickel hydrogen battery, to the external pallet where it will be disposed later. This brings the total of batteries moved today. There are now 3 old batteries, nickel hydrogen, on the external pallet that will be disposed, 1 old nickel hydrogen battery being stored on the integrated electronics assembly, and 2 new lithium-ion batteries on the integrated electronics assembly as well.
EV2 heaters are off.
Check your gloves for contamination.
Contamination EV1. No contamination EV2.
EV2, switch your O2 actuator to IV.
EV1's an IV. EV2's an IV.
Jessica, Christina, I'm going to start normalizing again the atmosphere.
Copy. Copy.
Today's spacewalk was the 225th spacewalk for space station assembly and maintenance, and it totaled at 7 hours and 29 minutes. This was the first spacewalk of this year and this decade, and it's the 7th spacewalk during Expedition 61. However, there are 2 more planned for this expedition. And of these 7 spacewalks, they have totaled at 47 hours and 46 minutes so far. Today was the 2nd spacewalk for Jessica Meir, and she now has 14 hours and 46 minutes of spacewalking time. It was the 5th spacewalk for Christina Koch, who now has 35 hours and 17 minutes of spacewalking time. Today's spacewalk lasted 7 hours, 29 minutes, and if you total up all of the time spent at the International Space Station on spacewalks, you'll get 1,415 hours and 12 minutes of spacewalk time. That total equals 58 days, 23 hours, and 12 minutes of time outside the hatch.
9.0. PSI.
Copy.
To correct that, today was actually Christina Koch's 4th spacewalk. She now has 35 hours and 17 minutes outside the hatch. It was the 2nd spacewalk for Jessica Meir with 14 hours and 46 minutes. But they both have another spacewalk planned coming up for this Monday, January 20th, when they will continue the work on the P6 truss. They will remove the final 2 nickel hydrogen batteries and replace the final lithium-ion battery.
Okay, we are almost at 0 delta T over DT, and we are opening up our post-EVA procedure.
Copy. Copy. Awesome work, Jessica. You're amazing. You look good in red. Thanks, man. You're amazing too.
One more correction, this was Christina Koch's 5th spacewalk today. She now has 35 hours and 17 minutes. It's also the day she moves into 8th place for the all-time U.S. astronaut list. She now has 306 days in space, and it's only her first mission. And with repressurization complete, the hatch has been opened, separating the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Houston Station, verifying that you're taking step 4.
Affirmative, Lucas. Step 4 is in work.
Work.
Nice hearing your voice, Mark.
Nice hearing your voice too, Jessica. I think that was you. Your voices sounded strangely similar to each other today.
You got it right.
And we wanted to thank Christina for imitating Judd today by taking off her headpiece there. Also, I guess you could say you're trying to show respect to Luca as well. And I meant Judd Freeling, the flight director today.
You can see Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan bringing Christina Koch into the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. They are now helping remove her SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The SAFER is that compressed nitrogen-powered backpack. No crew members needed to use it today. It's typically used to maneuver independently of the space station and primarily intended in case a spacewalker became detached from the station.
Luca, we were debating whether or not you thought that joke was funny, and we're going to assume that that was nonverbal. That was a nonverbal laugh.
I didn't even thought it was a joke. I think I'm really honored to be remembered.
Well, we're glad you took it that way. That's outstanding. While I bring it up, though, when you're bringing that equipment in, if you see the IRCA that came off has any obvious signs of damage, please let us know. Copy the head nod.
And now Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan moving EV-1, Jessica Meir into place in the equipment lock portion of the crew airlock, and also removing her safer backpack.
Do I turn the activator to off now, ISS? Suspension airlock on one.
Go ahead, Luca.
At this point, we'd like to privatize the video, if that's okay.
Privatizing the video, checking. And we're putting that in work. And Luca and Drew, we're making sure that the video is not going outside the building, if that's okay. Copy the OK sign.
Houston airlock on 1. Can you just confirm that EV1 and 2 are not hot mic anymore?
They are not hot mic'd.
Copy, thanks.
However, the video is still public. We're working on it, though.
During today's 7-hour and 29-minute spacewalk, NASA astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir moved 3 old nickel-hydrogen batteries to the external pallet to eventually be disposed, stowed one on the integrated electronics assembly, and put 2 new lithium-ion batteries in the integrated electronics assembly. This sets them up for their next spacewalk together on Monday, when they'll install the final lithium-ion battery and remove the final 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries from the 2B channel on the Port 6 truss. Thanks for joining us today for the 7-hour and 29-minute spacewalk conducted by NASA astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. The video feed that you saw inside the airlock was terminated from the airlock by discretion of the crew, but there is no issue with the crew, and we had an extremely successful spacewalk today. This was the second spacewalk for Jessica Meir and the fifth for Christina Koch, but it's not the last. They will have another one on Monday, January 20th. That's when they'll install the final lithium-ion battery in the 2B channel on the Port 6 truss and remove the final 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries from the Port 6 truss 2B channel. Monday spacewalk will begin coverage at 4:30 a.m. Central Time, 5:30 a.m. Eastern, and the astronauts are scheduled to leave the hatch at 5:50 a.m. Central Time, 6:50 a.m. Eastern Time for a scheduled 6.5-hour spacewalk. That's still not the last spacewalk scheduled for Expedition 61. There will be another on January 25th, a Saturday, to complete the work on the alpha magnetic spectrometer repairs. That's when we'll see Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan venture outside the hatch once again to complete that work. With that and a successful day of work from teams in space and on the ground, we'll wrap up our coverage and look forward to seeing you on Monday, January 20th. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.